Is it? Oh, I think it's working now. Ooh, it's going all red. That don't sound good. Is that better? Oh god, did I blow up your eardrums? Rest in peace, bro. I'm sorry. Did we go too close? Did I go too close to the sun? My bad, bro. Oh man. I lowered it a little bit. Is that better? Got too much? Got too little? Yeah, this is all your fault, bro. I don't know where to stop it. Is that might be too loud? I don't know. Is it at an acceptable level now? Peaking? Peaking sounds bad, huh? Maybe I need to bring that down a little bit. Test, test. Wish there was a better way for me to hear myself on that bitch. But when I play it for myself, I can. It's like a double fucking audio stream. You don't want to do a bounty? Get some endo and shit? Or tempo? Farm some tempo? Alrighty. I think we're supposed to do ability kills, right? Give me that sweet skooma. Lol.
Oblivion, the non-remastered version, that game was extremely
What could kill me with Shatter Shield?
and awesome because of it.
There's no problem, is there?
Which is why I have good news. This version is also pretty broken. So if we get into the game, there is a whole character creator here, and I've seen some of the abominations that people have been making on this character creator, which is why I did go ahead and make one first. And its name is Glory. Now we're going to start getting into the game. The Emperor is going to come over here and open our cell. We just want to let him know that we're nice and sane. So Captain Kirk is going to give us a bit of a monologue here, and we're just going to skip through that. They're going to open this secret entrance, and we're just going to do the typical thing of every Elder Scrolls game and escape prison. So the assassins are going to do their thing. They're trying to kill the Emperor over there, of course. I'm just going to steal all their ropes. And they killed the captain, of course. They're going to go ahead and try to get the Emperor to safety, and oh no, a bunch of rats are going to attack. Good thing we have our super katana over here. And now we're going to start getting into actually playing the game. And look at that, our athletics is up to level 6. That's a pretty big deal, level 6. Well, we're about to get to level 100. So if we walk around here, I'm just going to quickly loot all of the gear that's in this area. And there is also a locked chest right here. Now, fortunately, we do have a couple lockpicks. It's going to give a tutorial. Basically, how it works is I can press W, it slides this in, and I want to press space right when it hits the top. But if I instead move a little bit to the right and start mashing space, you can hear me leveling up in the background as if I was getting the locks perfectly on. So I'm already up to lockpicking level 18. So obviously, I'm just going to continue.
I heard Gyre's pretty fun now.
Level 100. So about 7 minutes of me mashing space bar later, and I will finally. But there we go. Now I have picked the level 1 lock, and congratulations, 10 gold to Sapphire.
Well, the first one's just ability kills, right? We just need ability kills, and then it's supposed to be Tech Rod or Scouter. I don't remember which one actually.
Rats are actually running from a zombie up there.
Actually, I don't even know if our things could be different.
Follow the rats. They are going to get stuck in this corner. So now we can go over here and just kill this zombie. There we go. He is dead. And now we can come over here to these rats and just press the auto movement key into a corner. That is going to begin actually increasing our sneak. So even if the game doesn't look like we're doing anything right now, it will begin increasing our sneak simply because there are rats that are technically considered hostile in the room. There we go. Sneak is now 17. And you know what? I am going to leave the room now and wait until my sneak is all the way up to level 100. Okay, and only a little bit later, I went and got groceries, I cooked dinner, I visited my parents, and now finally, it actually wasn't done when I came back and I had to wait another hour. But our sneak master
Protect me, Squire.
But either way, it looks like a character from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure running around. Yeah, we kind of do.
Oh, killed 10 Tech Rot with abilities. Ah, you're right. It wants both. Well, let's head to the mall and find a bounty that fits all of our requirements so we can get the bonuses with it. Man, I kind of do like this super fire rate.
Good to see nothing's changed in Oblivion. And now by talking with the Emperor, we can choose our birth sign. There's a whole bunch of good ones here, but the one that I want is the Steed. To increase our movement speed by a whopping 20 points. The Emperor is basically gonna do... Oh! Sorry, that was my bad. I apologize. Now we're gonna be charged with protecting the Emperor one last time. Him and I are just gonna have a nice, fruitful discussion. So what do you think about those Epstein files? Alright, and it looks like we've already successfully glitched out the game because the guard that is supposed to give me the key has disappeared into the void. So hopefully by waiting an hour that will actually fix it. It did not. Alright, one reload later, and now we get to do our class selection, which I will do a custom class. Favorite attributes on speed and strength. And our major skills are going to be acrobatics, alchemy, athletics, blade, marksman, mercantile, and speechcraft. Fortunately, we don't have to worry about security or sneak because they're already level 100. So now we can head out of the sewers and basically begin the game. Obviously, the first thing I've got to do is probably just like sneak attack some goblins for their entire HP. Hey, you good? And the game has told me comparatively to the original. So because our goal is to steal, because our goal is to steal an Elder Scroll, so the first thing we're going to want to do is head to over here, the gate at Skingrad, and the city is in ruins, as you can see. Just give it like 5 seconds. And right outside the gate, if we go right over here, jump off this bridge, we are going to find a super massive and awesome farm. This farm is going to have a ton of tomatoes that we can pick, and we are just going to do that real fast. And then we are going to travel back into the Imperial City, which is going to be necessary because we are about to basically rob these people blind. Now we can just come over here and with our 100 lock-picking skill, enter this area, and it is the magic shop. So I am now going to basically just steal every single thing I possibly can, specifically because they have all of the alchemy stuff that I really need. Now we can go into our inventory and click one of
Let me go check the Coda weapons real quick.
Begin brewing. So we've got all 4 of our brewing instruments here, and now it's time to just make a ton.
I think my best is already 60%, maybe.
Mash those, and basically just continue this until we have no more restore fatigue potions that we can possibly make. We'll also make some detect.
I'll have to check. I think it's all I want.
That is going to boost our alchemy all the ways up to level 43. Now we can stand out front of their shop for 8 hours, staring directly into the wall, wait for them to open, and sell all the ingredients in the form of the potions we just brewed.
You're a fine nigga. You're a pleasure doing
Whoa. Now we just want to come over to the inn and rent ourselves a bed for 20 gold. And now with how the level up system works in the
dang.
inn, we basically just sleep, and that levels us up once. So the 2 things that I really want to increase is strength and speed. So we're just going to basically now keep leveling up because I have a lot of levels to take. Now there is an infinite level exploit where you basically make a save and a quick save and you just spam quick save and quick load. But I'm not doing that because Oblivion has level scaling. So the higher level you are, the harder the enemies are. I've heard some people say this game is woke, and I honestly don't know how that's possible considering I have been sleeping for the past 20 hours. All right, now we are finally level 17. We have leveled up a ton of our attributes. Our strength is 100, our speed is 100, and my inventory capacity is now 500. The reason I chose this specific inn is because the door right next door to ours, the moment we lockpick inside of it, we get access to our first yummy bottles of skooma. The thing that we are going to be attempting to mainly collect throughout the course of this game, besides the Elder Scroll. Skooma increases speed and strength at the cost of other things. So we combine our level 100 speed and our steed birth sign, we are actually zooming around relatively fast. And if we travel all the ways into Bravo, we are going to find even more skooma that we can loot. If you couldn't tell from the way that Bravo looks, it kind of sucks. But what it does have is lots of hard drugs. So if I come over here, there is a skooma den. I'm just going to save real quick. Should be able to lockpick my way in there. Now,
I mean,
obviously very normal and functional, which is why they have 15 bottles of skooma in their pockets. So now that we have pockets full of skooma, we can jump right there. What? Where did you come from? Well, obviously, I've just stolen like 30 bottles of skooma, so I am going to resist arrest because I do not want them to take that. What they don't seem to understand is that I am way too fast for these guys. I mean, the guards are going to start attempting to kill me, but they're not going to be able to catch up. All right, now I am going to need to run away from the small army of guards that is going to be chasing me, but fortunately, we have just the thing to make that happen. With a little bit of skooma here and me tabbing out and then re-tabbing in to drink even more skooma, you can't stop me. I've got drugs, and there is physically no way that they are going to catch me. I'm a little fast. Oh, hey, that's Gate to Oblivion. Excuse me, I didn't mean to run into that. Well, I mean, giant hell portal or not, I do have enough skooma to run away from this thing too, so I'll see you later. Oh my god, the way he's looking right now. All right, now that I've made all the preparations, we can head to the Imperial City waterfront, and as soon as we're there, we can hit this wanted poster right here. This looks like a very friendly fellow, and it is going to allow us now to start asking beggars who this guy is. And of course, by that, I mean just metagame by standing right here in this specific location, waiting 16 hours standing still. And we'll get ambushed by a conjurer? Yes, okay, that's not exactly what I was expecting, but some actual miracle since nobody is in there. Okay. Now we can head to the last floor, and this is where the loot that we need is. Looks like nobody's here for right now, so we need to get into this desk and grab the tax records. I'm fairly sure that they're in here. Yep, there we go. Waterfront tax records and all the money, of course, because, you know, why not? Look. It's not what it looks like. We have successfully stolen from the IRS, and now we have another quest. The first thing we need to do is wake up this random orphan. Wake up, wake up, wake up. So this guy is basically just going to tell us that we need to rob the tomb of this lady over here.
All right, now we got to kill 250 tech rot.
Stranger to grave robbing, or robbing in general. And the game does want you to, like, sneak past the guard and all that, but...
Hell scrub.
Okay, apparently it's a lot easier to do that than I thought. Here's the bust, and
Oh, no bonuses, huh?
Which is actually going to summon. Yep, there you are. Unfortunately for her, I could literally stealth by her. But when we get back to the waterfront, instead of Thieves Guild greeting us, there are guards everywhere, and it turns out we need to frame this innocent lady for all of our crimes. So all we have to do is deposit the bust, realize that she woke up just then, and quickly talk to the captain of the watch before she gets out of her house. Oh my god, look, what is going on with his eyes? And I thought I was the skooma addict. Then let's just go back to Marmon and start the second set of Thieves Guild quests all the way down in Bravo. Alright, as a bit of a side mission, I did also take the daunting task of stealing every single item from all the vendors in Cyrodiil. I have 1,300 pounds. Don't ignore me being naked. And now I have to figure out some conceivable way to sell the sheer amount of stolen goods I have. Now, of course, the answer to this one is not skooma. It's how much skooma. By drinking skooma, we fortify our strength by 60 points, which is going to increase our carry capacity up to 1,100 and then 1,400. 1,360 pounds of stuff right now, and I am able to zoom around like this. More importantly, though, if I head to the map before these buffs expire, I can head all the ways up to the Bruma East Gate, and even though I'm over-encumbered, I can fast travel. So after a 10-mile drug-induced sprint, we can now go into the tavern and sell all of our items to the fence. Now, admittedly, all of this skooma usage is not free. I'm down to 6 intelligence. My max magicka is 12. Now we can break into this lady's house. Oh.
When I'm ready to conduct guild business, I'll leave the door unlocked.
Alright, you know what? That's probably fair. The next quest is that we have to get back an heirloom, which is a ring of some lady. Alright, looks like we stumbled into Fursona Central, because I think we should be able to find... Are you normal? No, you're weird. You can't look at my character and tell me he's not probably a little racist.
He does look a little racist.
Hell yeah, bro. As it turns out, the person who stole that ring is locked up in jail now, but we do need to go actually find that ring and first. So the jailer is protecting the door. Unfortunately, is not protecting it very well, because I'm just gonna walk by it and crouch, and that's pretty much that. All we have to do is bribe this guy with a lockpick, and he is pretty much going to tell us all the information we need. We basically just have to steal the ring from the queen of this castle, and she only takes it off at night. So naturally, we're just going to wait next to their room for like 12 hours, and then hopefully break in and be unnoticed. I think you have to open the door. No, I got you. Don't worry, I got you. There you go. You're welcome. Okay. What? What is happening? Fine, I'll just This is so silly. This is what stealth mechanics were always meant to be. Okay, I left a note. Everybody literally is seeing me do it. Now we just need to sneak in here and deposit this staff. And that is pretty much the end of this quest. So I've completed the last mission for Treva over here, and now we will be able to meet the Gray Fox and continue with the final set of quest lines for the actual Elder Scroll, who's apparently just chilling in this house downstairs.
Oh, yeah, I don't have Vazarin on anymore.
Our next mission is to head all the ways out here into the middle of absolute nowhere to the Temple of Ancestor Moths and basically rob a bunch of blind monks, which means this is obviously the correct time to come over to our beautiful skooma collection and inhale, we'll go like not like 6 skoomas. Yeah, that's pretty good. Excuse me, bandits. Pardon me. You know what? Let's drink like another 6 just for good measure. You know, I gotta. Oh my. Okay, there we go. That's what I like to see. Also, it is official. I have had so much skooma. Yeah, I have literally 0 intelligence. My guy is barely capable of even a cognizant thought. Yet he has been tasked by the most powerful thief in existence to just run over here and probably stab through a bunch of innocent people to get a stone.
I know your trust. Absolutely. I'll take that.
Wait, the voice actor just changed. He just changed again. So the plan for the Temple of the Moth Halls is pretty simple. It's a big maze, it's got lots of enemies, and, you know, lots of locks to pick. So, obviously, we are not going to really care much about that. That's cool, Mr. Prelate. I'm just gonna kind of keep walking through, and, yeah, none of the enemies can really stop me. I'm a little too fast. Oh, there's another Prelate, and that's not gonna stop me. Alright, I have not been here for very long. I'm being chased by like 100 enemies. There's traps everywhere, but it doesn't really matter. And we're just gonna keep going. Nice traps you got there, and you should try harder next time. And not even 2 minutes, and we're already there. Now, I do have to drink some skooma for this part, because I believe this part is gonna be a little difficult for us to do it at our normal speed. Grab what I came here for. Thank you very much, and I will see you guys later. Out of the
Easy
way.
peasy.
Pardon me. I'm sure I'd miss some kind of legendary loot, but, you know, all the legendary loot I need is skooma in my mouth. Hello, Gray Fox. I don't know if you were expecting me to be this fast.
Now I can see past the palace defenses.
The next quest from the Gray Fox is pretty much about as straightforward as the last one. We are going to do pretty much the same thing and get all of what we need. So what we're looking for is an arrow and a secret passage, as you can see. This is going to lead us into dungeon number 1. And you know, this is a hard dungeon, right? I mean, this requires a lot of skill. Out of the way, I got things to do. See you.
500 enemies, man.
Where is this thing? Oh, is that it? Okay, I'm not even sure what I'm grabbing anymore. I'm just grabbing anything I can find. Could you guys get out of the way? I'm just gonna, my skooma's running out. Yep. No, this is okay. This is okay. I planned for this. The difference is that this time I'm just gonna instantly drink all the skooma, jump over here. Excuse me. Oh, that was the wrong place. Oh, God. So it's getting really hard to control my character now. All right, one more try. This should be the good one because I actually know what I'm doing now. Excuse me, mister. I gotta take everything from your chest. Yep, out of the way. Okay, and we are out. Quest number 3 is completed. Now I'm just gonna stand outside his house for 24 hours, and that should get us into the second to last quest. Our next quest is to get a pair of boots, and
If it's not the temple defense, I don't care. If it is the temple defense, I'd like to do that.
this guy's house, and now we should be able to just confront him straight up if I can find him. There you are, finally. I have been looking all over for you.
I'm still alive.
So this loser wanted me to go into a crypt, and if we enter it, it's actually full of vampires, and he is also a vampire. Where the fuck? Well, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to resist arrest, because I need to take, if we continue down the quest line, he would equip all of this and beat the crap out of me. He also has the boots that we're looking for. Now, of course, we're gonna have to grab these and immediately begin skedaddling out of the city. Okay, I have run all the ways from Cyrodiil to here. I have the boots. And like 30 arrows in my... Which leaves us with only one more quest to go.
This is the heist that will be written about and talked about for decades to come.
Step 1 of the ultimate heist, break into the Imperial Palace. Fortunately, the front door is unlocked. The tricky part is when we get inside, all the ways down here on the left is going to be the basement. This is where we need to get into, and you know, they don't really guard it very well because I can just crouch right here, and that is going to get me inside. And we just need to get all the ways over here and activate the glass of time, then sneak all the ways back out and find the sewer. Okay, here it is. The grate to the southeast tunnel. I believe we just need to head in here.
I guess that is probably the only defense,
I
huh?
have a long sword of shattering that I stole from a vampire, so I think that's going to make me actually able to do combat for once. Okay, here we go. Now we can find the upside down corpses I was looking for.
Actually, you know what? I can't do the tech rock
I think I know one
farm.
of your cousins. He's not doing so good though. All right, there we go. Close the
There's one.
door after me, and let's go to the palace sewers. I really
You can't farm the
don't follow me
Dakota
in
enemies here.
although there's no guarantee that that's not gonna happen. Okay, they all follow me in here. It's worse than the worst scenario, actually. There's also a bunch of slaughter. Here, get back in the water. There you go. Come on. They can't possibly follow me into here. I spoke too soon. Come on, come on. This has got to be the last one. No. Did this just put me in a circle? Come on. Come on. Sorry. Pardon me. It's nice that every single one of, like, the 50 enemies is continuously following me throughout this entire ordeal. Is this it? Please tell me I can just go through here. This gate is open remotely. There is no God. Okay, the last thing I have to do is shoot the arrow into, I believe, a specific keyhole. I am begging you, please work, and do not die while I'm firing this arrow. Yes, thank you. This has been such a nightmare, I swear. Okay, we just need to make it into the library, and that's where all the blind monks are. So as long as we don't say anything, the blind monks are going to think that we're the wrong person, and they're just going to give us the Elder Scrolls straight up. Okay, so we have to head all the ways up to the private quarters up here. I have a feeling I know what we need to do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it. We basically just have to keep climbing over and over and over again. There's just nothing a little bit of skooma can't fix. And there we go. They're going to have a much harder time catching me now as I run past where I was supposed to go to. That is some kind of like super battle mage. Unfortunately, I'm a little faster. And I believe I am able to... Oh, there we go. There it is. So, as soon as I click continue... Oh my god, I survived. No! I forgot! All the enemies I didn't kill! Okay, I have to go that way, which is the way they just so happen to be coming from. Yes! Let me by! Let me by! What I do have is a lot of skooma, and hopefully the ability to run out of here as fast as possible. I am only alive right now due to copious amounts of drugs that are keeping me... Oh my god, yes, please. But dear god, we have done it. We have... What? Oh my god, they're coming through again. Now the only thing we have left to do should be pretty obvious. Go to jail. Strangely, out of all the stolen goods, the only object the guards will refuse to take is the Elder Scroll, meaning we can turn in the quest and be done. Although technically there is still one piece of the quest left, and it's halfway across the map. Well, Lord, our people need us. Queen, I have a ring. Yeah, that's cool and all, but I got things to do. Man, I hope they remaster Skyrim too.
Another Skyrim remaster? Thief guy. I've watched General Salmon forever. Hey, who's this guy? So about 170 enemies per round, maybe more. That means we'll have to go about 10 rounds. Oof. A little less, I guess, like 7, 8. Not per round, per 3 rounds. Oh no.
Shut down this shameful insolence at once.
Whee! Oh boy. See, almost halfway.
Flare, you abomination. You nasty chimera. You are choosing to rub our faces in your disgusting mutations. I will teach
Ogress go burr. Almost one-shot him. So close.
Enough of this. Ready? A screamer.
That boy do be screaming, damn. Oof.
Come on. You know little Victor wants to hear an encore.
Man, I hope we get that temple blueprint. That'd be real nice. What are you at? It only says I got 300 something. I guess we should both be done. It looks like it's taking our combined kills. Alright, why is this one so much tougher? Am I not buffed? All right.
Enough of this. Ready? A screamer.
Well, you say that like we haven't killed a bunch of these things. Fuck your screamer. Dude, I did one bop him? Nice. Is this on Steel Path? Oopsies. Hey, you know what? I don't have that yet. That's pretty good. And a greater lens? That's not so bad. Not bad at all.
Still haven't had my first kill. Or
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Do I want a ribbon or do I want an arcane adapter? Fuck, I'll take the adapter, please. Oh, I didn't want that.
I couldn't be happier right now. And I couldn't be more broken.
Wow, that hit.
The paltry thing of flesh carries the infinite healing wisdom and limitless blessing of soul.
Has Liver King lost even more plot since last time?
Just wait. Oh boy. Hey folks, Dr. Mike here for RP Strength. I've been a longtime professor of exercise and sports science, a competitive bodybuilder, and a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. But no amount of belt ranks will ever prepare me for the true, the words escape me at the moment, delusions of a Mr. The Liver King. That's his full legal name. We've done a Liver King critique before, but apparently he's still up to doing completely crazy shit. How could we resist? And we do have a thing on this channel where we try to be balanced and fair.
That'd be hard to explain.
Make a few jokes, give a few tips, and do a little criticism, tie it all together in a spirit of common humanity. That's one of the ways we do things, and it's almost always the way we do things. However, folks that are, in my estimate, actively trying to deceive people and are grifters and scammers and psychopaths, they get the old hammer. And by hammer, I mean snarky criticism from a balding 40-year-old that has nothing better to do with his time. Oh, that's me. Let's criticize Liver King and try to be as fair as possible and watch my facade of fairness decay into pure insults and self-deprecation. 3, 2, 1. There can only be one the king, and his first name is Liver. Mr. Liver King says, been feeling like shit, quote unquote.
Aw, how
losing
sweet.
Lightning since mid-October.
That was the longest
CT
fucking
scan
birthday
from
wishes.
11/29/24 validates my piece of shit.
Oh, it wasn't even birthday
losing
wishes, that's why.
lightning state with good news. There's mass in colon. Scott, have you ever had a mass put into your colon? I swear to God, I'm gonna stop. Twisted kidney. Is that are these real? Is this like the game Operation? Your patient is twisted kidney. Hit this button. This is nothing like medicine.
Melee kills,
Necrotic
alright.
fold somewhere. That sucks. Large, quote unquote, fatty liver. Like, sir, there's no quotations required for fatty liver. It really just is fatty liver. By the way, that's really, really bad. Oftentimes a combination of genetics, excessive lifetime underactivity and junk food consumption, excessive adiposity, which means you're super fat for a long time, and various forms of drug abuse, including alcohol. And I don't know how many steroids you have to take to get fatty liver, but almost no pro bodybuilder has ever done it after generations of steroid abuse, so a lot. Eat a bag of dino dick, comma, off. Turns out I created a perfect storm. Anemic AF, did very well. Difficult for adult men on supplemental testosterone to become anemic, unless they have curious medical problems, which sometimes that sucks, it just be like it is, or they have bled a significant amount of their blood out, often through the colon, which you can detect if you have jet black poop. So I always look at my poop before I flush, you know, just to kind of get the vibe. Scott, did you ever flush the toilet before you examine your poop?
Rarely.
So you almost always look at it?
Yeah, I mean, when you've had some issues down there, you want to keep that.
For sure. But even if you haven't had issues, you're kind of proud of the shit, right? Like, I made this.
Especially when it feels like it's really long.
Yes.
You're like,
Proud of your dookie.
touching front to back.
Let's go, man. This is a flex.
Take a picture, send it to your mom.
Oh, yeah. And she's like, she sends the prayer hands emoji back. And then a picture of her shit. And you're like, Mom! Already started legit fasting with 0 cals on Thanksgiving. In parentheses, intuition.
These foes deserve your respect.
Scott,
Honor them with
has
quick
Liver King
deaths,
lost even
and
more
I
plot
with
since
your
last
victory.
time? Oh boy.
With bandits.
Did he have bands across his face? Yep. If you zoom in on there, that's there more you can see that he has various things wrapped around his face. Powerlifting belts on. And what seemed like 5 or 2.5 pound weights in the kitchen. Scott was going to drive by his house and be like, oh, that
You know how mold can grow
right
in your
now,
water filter
fence,
if you don't
electric
clean it
fence,
enough?
minigun,
Well,
auto shot system, the whole thing.
shouldn't
Folks, do I
build
even
up
have to
off
say
the
a sports
health
scientist that does
you
a whole
wanna
lot of
get
nothing?
unsubscribed
I'm not
for
gonna say it
life.
because you guys are like, I think literally not saying this.
Knock the pus sacks off that scrubber before they sprout a head.
That's what happened.
I couldn't be
bucko.
Is that for vibes?
Build
So you call him Bucko, Bucko?
Start
I'm not
making
gonna judge.
decisions.
The only thing that's lost carries the evidence yielding wisdom and limitless blessings.
Told you. I told you to clean your health scrubbers. Now
I
look at what you
believe
have to
in
deal with.
diagnosing mania, this is called tangential speech, where it just goes off into nothing. Well, this video is going to
Code
far.
injected.
You might be inclined to want to see
Scrubbers
more of it,
emerging.
because the things I say that
Y'all
only
just
the members
noticed what we're
area
up to,
can't
and
be
they
said on
are
regular YouTube, so you get
ads.
banned instantly, because I'm even meaner than it. A bunch of other excellent content.
I don't have any equipped. What?
Whatever.
Did you say context for Liver King? Really? Yeah. Whoa, he's having trouble with it? Okay, this is just really attention seeking. This is like watching videos. Cool, give him attention. Oh god, Scott, it's not me.
Health scrubber coming up near you.
Can you just give me that? Shut up, my dude job. Okay. No, don't pick it up from the sink. No. No, Scott.
Guess I should let him kill those.
What's happening? Did he say golden sunset?
Probably done, right?
Golden sunset to me seems like a like Cleveland steamer. Oh yeah, golden sunset. Baby. But it's like, well, what is that? Once you get an egg yolk and you put it in a cup and you fill the cup with your urine. As you're about to finish it, you put them on that shit in my face. Golden sunset. Scott, would you follow him in the forest and eat what he says? Dirt.
Successful in the hunt, it's time to enjoy the food. I have this delicious looking salad.
That looks good, right?
And these croutons are my eggshells, a little bit of honey, we have some larvae, some bee bits.
Larvae.
Don't worry, I'll extraction is ready.
What is that, cocaine or something? At least that'll make sense.
A little bit of wild honey milk, and let's face it, I'm
wanted
Liver
to
King.
bite
Ain't no
longer,
salad
I
ever gonna
wouldn't
be
say that.
complete without drizzle and a little bit of glitter. Perfect.
Oh, he's touching with his hand.
Ah, I just fucking one punched him. One punch!
On, folks, when you have a ring and you touch food with your hands, don't you suspect that some of the food particles get trapped in the ring? And then when you clearly, like him, just use your hands on stuff again, don't you think some of those ring, rotting, filthy food particles fall into whatever the fuck you're touching next? God damn it, Scott Weiser.
everything.
Or how many steel essence I got.
Guys, I'm going to be truthful. We're supposed to do an ad read for Element. They're sponsoring us. They're great. Element is essentially a combination of salts that allows you to properly rehydrate yourself, put the packets into fluid, and then
Give me that potato.
what's happening is you are rehydrating in a way that water can't because you return all of the lost electrolytes as well. That is the best use case for Element.
Oh, the tank.
Discount. We have a link. We have a code. That's all there. But I have another use case for Element that you might not have heard of. You can take a whole bunch of Element salt and sprinkle it all over that stupid table he has with that stupid salad. You get the next ingredient, which is gasoline. Put it all over that table too. You get an oxyacetylene torch. You turn it on. Watch the whole thing burn. So whether it's rehydrating your body with science, or burning that vile filth on Liver King's table, Element can be an excellent partner in it.
Liver Queen and I decided to load up our bags with as much weight as we could find.
Scott, why does he sound completely different?
So, this is an archive of how Liver King sounded back in the day before he became famous.
Okay, so this is his real voice.
This is his real voice repeated.
Whoa. He sounds like a normal person. Not like Liver King. Weird. Oh, and it's Mrs. Sounds like a nerd. Yeah. Sounds like somebody named Brian. No offense, Brian's. You guys are great. It's his wife. Mrs.
Damn.
Liver King.
I was not ready.
And we're just
I
gonna
hope
fill
my
up the
Sancti
box.
Magistar is enough to kill Tank.
Right?
Scott, why isn't my voice changing from YouTube?
Their rifles,
All the great
keys, thought, your prison. Celebrate the texts which safeguard your hovels
And we're gonna switch from the back to the front.
Cheers those
We're gonna
who
put forth some real
celebrate
effort.
death.
Let's put the back in front so we can kind of give a show. So this
All right.
is gonna load the
That's
posterior
motorcycle.
chain. You got the glutes working now.
How about we show Victor where we stand? Anyway, the glutes are just burning.
Trash that tank.
Lower back working. Biceps are working. Lats are engaged.
Your lats perform the opposite function of what you're doing unless you're
The
pulling that
heads have
back
been
down
spotted.
and into
Engage
yourself.
the barricades.
You're holding it off
Seal
against the
the
lats.
sector.
We'll do this for a
Ferrocite barricades.
minute or two.
Nothing you've got can
Until
get
it
past
burns
those
really bad.
except
So I'm gonna switch back to the back. Pull off
Except
the
a
chain.
rocket launcher.
About 30 or 40 minutes.
get your hands on a
Call
Sculpture
that free
Commander's
fast workout.
transponder. Congratulations on
It's
your
gonna make
promotion,
you
Commander.
work more all over.
Now,
I'm
get
not
to a
sure
comms
what kind of
terminal and use that thing to call in
Also, Scott, are they in
Stormfall
Texas for that still? Why do
paratroopers.
they look like palm trees around that shit? I guess
You
guys
heard me
can
right. Stormfall paratroopers inbound. Wrestle those up.
That was an old school rocket launcher, stronger than a Warframe. Let's be real. If that's the case, we should have just say fuck it to Warframes and kept the rocket launchers.
kind of like walking around in semicircles and setting things down.
Generated on your
I
hand.
don't understand what's happening. We need someone to make it all. And the app takes care of the rest with months of production training. Without link in the description of this video to get started. Scott, do you think Liver King understands what's happening? Is this just a great
What, did you miss one?
Citizen.
Is it one of
An
these like
object
Vladimir
lesson
Putin
in
master
extremist
strategist where
self-delusion.
strategy just takes a few
The,
years of losing the war
Hex
and tanking your economy until it comes back
High
up?
on their own supply, they mean to murder the Scourger commander, devoted to keeping the infestation from your beds.
Oh, it's actually doing like a range of motion.
Towards purification only.
Lots of change. Make it tough to balance and grow
Watch
his muscles
and
less.
learn.
This isn't your city.
Yeah, he looks great.
We're here to evict
You know,
you.
red.
Another barrier. Victor really wants to keep us out. Get your hands on a Thermion RPG and take it down.
Post Stormfall.
Do you have people in your life that care
Make
about
it
you?
brutal. Or don't bother.
Probably try to get away from you to give up your social media posting until you become better. That's my rating for Liver King. Nothing more to say. There's going to be more stuff out there. Good luck with that. Before some eggs get nice and rotten. The video right there exists too, and I promise you it's better than Living King, unless the algorithm decided to put other Living King video in there, and then it's all fun and games. See you guys next time. I'm gonna go drown myself in a toilet.
Oh boy, good old tank. I'm probably gonna die. Tank be fucking me.
The new Warframe dev stream has just concluded live from PAX East, and we have a measuring truckload full of new information. We have the new Warframe. This is really our weekend getting started. That they shared, we have it going to the next big story update, which is going to bring back a very beloved character from 1999. We have a whole bunch of new fashion coming in, quality of life, new player features. It was a packed Warframe dev stream, and I'm going to give you all the information in this video right here. As always, big shout out to all our generous channel members that keep the lights on, and let's go. First of all, very quickly, they did talk about Soulframe for a couple
What, can I not hit these now?
that they are really good with. They're soon going to get a new player now, which includes a new enemy faction, a new boss fight, and all in all, the gameplay that they showed on screen, don't want to get into it all too much, but it looked very crisp. It didn't look as floaty and janky anymore as last year.
Never waste a Christ.
So I think they're really on a good path, and
Mia's getting strange readings from that tech. You better finish it off quick.
However, I don't want to get too much into this right now because
Nice invisible turret.
so let's talk about that now. In Warframe, they basically keep the next two updates. One update is already this month, roughly in 2 weeks on May the 21st, and that's going to be a more fashion-themed update. And then the big update is
Looks like a punch him.
they said it will be June before, fun, and we're going to get overboard with the
Something tells me that thing won't like it if you
May
pop
update,
its zits.
fashion trend update. We are going to get Yarrow in time. Yes, they did show a little teaser. She looks absolutely gorgeous. You can see her in the background right now. She's of course become the progressive line, signature weapon, and I think we can do a whole lot.
And yeah, your early prime looks fucking dope.
And of course, I'm also finally going to get around to making a Yarrow style when it comes out. So if you don't want to miss out on that, you might consider leaving the channel sub. However, now Yarrow in time, introducing the new Warframe, which will be the Spider Frame, and so much more. So let's see.
Yay!
Right now.
Now it's dead.
First of all, the title of the
Victor
new
has
update
no
in
idea
June
what
will be
he's up
called
against.
Isle
Did I help?
Walker, and
Head
it
home,
will
rest
be
up.
Weary theme.
Not bad.
In this
Tomorrow.
update, the story will be that Major Nessie Rusalka from
Sanctity
Warframe
Magistar is
1999,
pretty
where
good.
she's not dead. Instead, she took over the
I wonder if
Weary.
Dual Ichor would have been better.
The writer of that update said that because we took 1999, we took Pelvania from her, she now went to the Weary and took the Weary from us. However, they did tease that maybe it was not 100% she herself. Her mind might have been taken over by the indifference, so there will be more lore and story to uncover. They specifically said it will be a bit more lore heavy, and the way this whole update is going to be played is similar to the regular review one, where you can start out
working with the enemy, I see.
but now, as you can also see, Dominus Thrax is also going to be our ally. He is going to be there with us, and we're going to help him out get rid of Nesir Ahsoka. Now, similar to the
I can't wait for the
or
Duviri
Duviri
expansion.
story,
That's
you know,
gonna be
the
fucking cool.
standard Duviri runs that we used to do before. Gameplay-wise, we didn't see all too much, but it seems like it should go in the
brothers.
same direction. However, one thing that they did make very clear is, unlike the normal Duviri playthrough, we're not going to play with our Drifter, with the Warframe just being an afterthought, but this new playthrough is going to be 100% just Warframe, and they made it sound like we might not even have access to our Drifter at all throughout it. So that's definitely going to mix things up quite a bit. They also did say that you have to have the 1999 story completely finished before you even get access to this update. So if all of that sounds good to you, then until it comes out in June, you still have some time to finish your 1999. However, this new Duviri playthrough is of course not everything. This update in June will also come with a new clan operation called Operation 8 Claw, and this is going to be quite a nice one. It's going to reward us with Pathos clams, so you can get it without having to grind Oro Worm. I think that's going to be a big W. We're going to get a new weapon, however, they didn't showcase anything about that just yet. They said that it's going to be very cosmetic heavy, so if you're into Fashion Frame, if you're into Endgame, this might be something for you. And for
Fashion
this
Frame
event
is
too,
in-game.
Dominus Thrax is going to be the event of
Ooh, Citrine with her Jim Usi.
For a song.
Here, let me punch you.
Gotta nurse these scrubbers. Keep them clean.
I ain't nursing shit.
Oiled up and you got code white on your hands. Scrubber's getting choked out. Fix it.
$80 down. Atlas just blows through enemies.
Situation critical. Amir's code injection is like activated charcoal to the tech rot. Makes them puke these hell scrubbers right back up. another hell scrubber getting puked up.
2:30, almost there.
The tech rot's mouth. That's not a mouth. Now you get to do things the hard way.
A bow go burr.
Turns out it's not just hell scrubbers coming out of the rot. There's some stuff in that game today. Like this. See? My ass is out here on the line too. You hit this mission's minimum threshold. But you didn't come down here to do the minimum, did you?
I kind of came here to do the minimum. Minimum completed. I still haven't taken count of how many fucking skill essence I have. It's been like 4 missions I've asked myself this. What we got? That's 30,000. Let's go burr. I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
Operator, the sentients are not laughing at my jokes. Did they adapt to my humor?
Yeah, I don't blame you for not wanting to farm citrine with me. Oh, man.
They did. Why don't they?
I'm to say, operator, your chosen Warframe suits you.
What are you doing, dude?
What's a .exe?
Ooh, this guy's got a sweet Affirma. You know what? I think we'll go ahead and farm that out.
And remember, my booty.
Classified. Oh my god.
You are perfect the way you are, and if you start accepting yourself, you could one day be as confident as me in a bigger body. And I'll see you in the next video.
Man, both these suck, bro. I'll just take the Kuba.
Yes, doctor. Suck all the fat out of me. Attachments, and I'm hoping they're gonna let me into their crew.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
It's another tragic video. Got a liar, a cheater, and someone who got weight loss surgery. Joe, you said you're gonna be hating. Okay, yeah, get it out now because we've got a lot of juicy stuff to talk about. Hit the intro. This video is sponsored by you. All I'm asking for is you guys to leave me a comment to help me with the algorithm. It could be a doctor emoji, this knife emoji, whatever you want. It really does help out the video, and thank you guys so much. Now let's get to today's show. Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. Are you ready for
Where you at, Tesh? Give me my fucking Kuba, you son of a bitch.
The story went on a diet. Just kidding, it's pretty juicy.
I'm sorry I talked to you like that, Tesh. I love you, bro.
Like, why are people angry? I just don't
Thanks, man.
get it. And I am here to deliver this to you. So please subscribe for more of these stories. Recently, a very, very famous body positive influencer, plus size kind of model, I think, would lose a lot of weight and a lot of her following because she sported a slimmer look. And everybody on TikTok added their 2
Alright, what are we rolling? Might as well start hitting the Daiku since we got that coming in. Although, honestly, that's not a bad roll. Even projectile speed is kind of cool on it. I know it's not damage, but it's not always about damage.
Easy way out. You just didn't expect the easy way to have as many consequences as it did.
And there were so many women that actually loved her content because, again, representation is power.
Can I just ask you a question? Can you imagine losing
Could do the Soma.
somehow a controversy? Well, that's what this is. It's a whole
I
thing.
kind of want to hit the
Being a plus size try-on haul.
Magistar some more.
Pretty much her whole thing. She tries things on.
I really want initial combo count, critical chance, critical damage or something. Maybe, I don't even know really.
What the hell is that? But other people see her as a girl that went to a ranch and was denied
Garbage.
on a horse for having too big of a butt. Shout out to College Ranch in Montauk.
Oh.
I know I probably said that wrong. Yes, I could totally look it up. No, I won't because you told me to, and now I can't. For making me leave.
Yo, just fucking give me straight trash, huh?
Me too. Please advertise this on your signs for the future. And the internet was
Bruh.
but she's on a horse, or is she too big to be
Give me like a halfway decent one.
Chin's son, who worked at the ranch, also
At least pretend you're trying to give me something decent.
When you're not a fat, you can ride a deep on the ranch.
The internet
Oh my god, bro.
all while the horses sat there with absolutely
I don't think a single one of these had anything crit.
figure this out.
Ooh, crit chance times like a million, huh?
Many body positive activists were holding Remy on a golden throne until they started noticing something a little different. Something started looking
It
a
does do
little,
impact damage a lot.
slimmer, smaller, thinner. You see, in this group of
Hmm.
people, talking about weight loss is an absolute
Another 100% critical chance. Is that worth it? That might be worth it. That's a hard choice.
Or not liking how their body looks when they're overweight, because they're automatically
Alright, gotta throw it into the Ribbon Raider.
like fat people.
But what
Impact kind of sucks.
see someone losing
It is mostly impact damage on this thing.
them and ask them and ask them until they tell you.
That's
so
a pretty
they
high
can
roll,
toss them
too.
out of the community. And it's okay to talk about people's bodies. Well,
Maybe
see,
not, because I
Remy
haven't put
couldn't
minus attack
hide it
speed.
anymore. It was very visual, okay? It was there. She caught the thing. And y'all, from what I could see, she was loving it.
Enjoy every moment with me, because one day I'm going to block you and never speak to you again.
Shame on you. What? Pick me? Okay,
Never mind, it's a very
so
low
she's a
roll.
girl
Can't even go that low.
lost weight? Well, it would soon be revealed that Remy did an absolute no-no. In fact, what Remy did is a major sin
Almost
in the body positive community. She
F,
went under
damn.
the knife. Oh, no, not plastic
Even with
surgery.
all that
She
crit
didn't get
chance.
Botox like all
So
the
much
other
crit
women in
chance.
this
Fuck.
community.
Now listen, I am pro plastic surgery.
That's totally cool. You know, changing your body under the knife to make yourself look younger, more supple, more petite is fine.
I cannot look sad or mad to save my life right now. Like, look, angry.
Because it's your body, your choice. But what you can't
Oh damn, almost missed a void cascade.
which should never happen, is going under the knife to get
Weight loss surgery.
And apparently she got this weight loss surgery 2 years ago.
Cascaste.
So all the weight loss that you saw was diet,
Can't spell worth shit.
exercise, and the forbidden surgery that you're not supposed to get, or they'll throw you out of this community.
What kind of fuckery is this?
And she was in this community, garnering followers, garnering likes, garnering
Oh,
views,
no.
garnering money, all while she was playing in the hands of toxic diet culture. And now people are coming out saying they're extremely angry about this because during those 2 years they noticed a difference. They asked her questions, and Remy lied and manipulated the plus size.
Oh, he's not much
the
better.
community that lifted her up when all she wanted to do was sit on a horse, and everybody else said, "No, you're gonna break the horse's back."
I have always had a bad feeling about Remy Bader, and it's because I've always thought she's hated being plus size. She's never actually liked being plus size.
Not only were many past fans very angry that Remy completely lied to them, but they got their gotcha moment because Remy would do an interview with Self Magazine and would reveal that weight loss surgery was completely not blissful. It was not easy. In fact, she got a lot of issues because of the weight loss surgery.
I've been going on for like 24 hours now, and they're keeping me an extra night. I didn't sleep last night. They've been giving me so much nausea and stuff, medicine, and I can't hold anything down. Like, I just can't stop throwing.
You know when you're watching a commercial about like a medication or a surgery or whatever, and they give you that super long list of possibilities that might come to you? That's super.
Void angle farm. Uh oh.
People are dancing around in a flower field. Yeah. So basically, Remy got all of that.
According to her, her surgeon agreed that something was wrong. As a plastic surgeon,
Oh wait, fuck, I need to make sure I'm on Moderai. I don't think I am.
recovery is rare but possible. In fact, more bariatric surgeons are using GLP-1s preoperatively to help get patients to a better weight. So
Why am I
they
fucking
lose
stuck? What's going on?
complications from her surgery. Remy famously went on record last year saying that she tried GLP-1 medications but regained twice her weight once she stopped. That's why patients with disordered eating should take GLP-1s in tandem with a coaching program.
2 years after the surgery, though, she seemed to completely have recovered, but not so sure. Many of her fans and followers and people that really liked her seem to feel that she deceived them in some way.
She created this platform that was around plus size clothing, body positivity, and was making money off of
Oh my fucking god, no one cares about caps lock, bro.
On her social media, she's always talking about how she feels, what she's doing, what medications she's taking, but for some reason with the weight loss,
surgery. Basically, I was just talking about how Remy Bader blocked me last year. I didn't ask her if she had
Service
lost
job
surgery. I didn't say
my
anything
Sam.
negative to her, but I said something to someone in her comments that she didn't agree with, and she blocked me.
And the views started to dwindle and they would not pick back up. When I was
I think I played
on
with
her
Scorpion before.
profile, it seemed like she wanted to still be
I can't quite
related
remember.
to a certain community, and she would start doing something that she would call Remy reviews, where she would review certain food places, eat it on camera, and tell people about it.
So I just texted Breeden and I said, what is one get on a Saturday night from Chick-fil-A? Because you've really been sparking my interest ever since. I've never ordered Chick-fil-A. I've only had it like parties and stuff, but I'm like obsessed. Like literally. All right. We got the mac and cheese because he said it's like a must. Oh, fuck.
But now that she has lost some of her followers and started gaining new followers who are more about weight loss and looking slimmer, many people would critique her fast food reviews. Would love to see some healthy eating videos. Follow healthy pages then. I mean, they do have a point. If you don't like it, follow something else.
Man on the block.
It's quite confusing to people maybe because they thought that this was going to be a health page because of all the talking about health or the stories that went viral since she was in a magazine talking about weight loss. And though you know I am someone who is not anti-body positivity, I think people should accept things, or if they can, accept the things that they don't like about themselves that are just kind of there. You know, you've got a knocked toe, crooked toe, and you don't really want to get surgery. Embrace that crooked toe, girl. Wear the flip-flops. What I don't like about body positivity is that it seems that whenever someone is losing weight, counting calories
Calories are not real.
and wanting to achieve a slimmer body, they get absolutely angry and say that that's toxic. So now that all that's cleared up, I do understand the confusion and the frustration about Remy, because one day she is talking about
Rainier
taking
meddling with the
GLPs,
reliquary
and
drive
she's
has triggered a void cascade. Purge our exercisers and keep them purged, so they can stop the cascade getting out of hand.
Details her past experience with the
Droid
drug
fishers.
Ozempic and
You
says
need
she
them to
gained
open a
double the
relic,
weight
but
back
are you
after
confident
trying
using it.
you can
to
withstand
use
their
Ozempic
fury?
type stuff. Weight loss.
That possessed exerciser is spitting out contamination. Use your void power to purge it. Oh, that got their attention. Enemy forces moving to your location.
Starting tomorrow, this pretty, serious outpatient treatment. Look out for reactant facility. I definitely want to get to a point where I can
Possessed exerciser located. Purge it and make it work for us.
have some insight through
Exerciser purged.
corrupted loads are dropping reactant.
The leading and
Use it to crack open a relic. Don't forget the reactant.
A lot.
You need more to
It
open
might
that
be
relic.
some odd miscommunication as well, where people assume that she's part of the body positive just because she is obese, and she definitely aligned herself with them because she posted the video of her not being
Marking
able
a possessed
to get on a
exerciser.
horse. And
Deal
pretty
with
much,
it while
if
you
you're
still
online
can.
and you do one thing, certain communities will kind of like cling on to you, and they will appoint you.
Avoid
someone
manifestation
of
is
importance in a
possessing an
certain community
exerciser.
and use you as
Stop
an
it
example,
before
even
it
if you
feeds the
don't agree
cascade.
with every single thing in that community. For example, if you talk about status levels, you are always going to be conservative, you are a conservative. If you talk about just curly things, you are a extreme feminist. I have been whipped around and called everything under the book.
Don't feed the cascade after midnight.
The relic has been cracked open.
I have never appointed
Finish your
myself
mission to
public
find
high
out
school.
what's
You think I'm gonna
inside.
do it at 30? No, I have my own mind.
Exerciser
my own
spent.
Butter. You cannot have toys. And that's not even how you get up there. Anyway, so it's no surprise, especially after the horse issue, the body positive and fat acceptance community would have a full story made up about that, what Remy stands for, and all this because of what she did as well. And she would start talking about the weight loss surgery, mental health, and why she lost so much weight. And she would do this by making
We're down an exerciser. Working on backups.
intentional weight loss, has her own show about weight loss that the community found extremely problematic. Podcast known as the Khloe Kardashian podcast. Why do the Kardashians now have podcasts?
I love your notes. You better get up. This is the SATs of podcasts.
Okay, listen, before we get to the podcast, why people are extremely upset by that. Can we
Spit
just talk
exerciser
about
has been
Khloe's
retired.
post advertising that Remy is going to be on a I have to say, is this just the most dramatic thing? She's doing the most racist thing. She is just looking for me to fall in love and know how to watch it.
those manifestations away from the exilizers. Our enemy has abandoned valuable supplies. This is yours now. Declare to self-extract when you're ready.
Chloe was. I also did, but also I couldn't help but the fact that Chloe just looked kind of bored the whole time. She kept making this face.
Equinox, I think he's vaulted right now.
Said that someone lost weight because in their whole thing they surgery it up, weight lost it up, and
Don't mind if I do.
For me, it was Tuesday.
But anyway, people really liked the conversation between the two women, especially because they were actually talking about.
I should go ahead and upgrade, right? I got all this fucking void traces.
I went to, right before that, I went to like Overeaters Anonymous meetings, which I'm not sure if people even know, they're literally like, hey, you sit in the circle.
I am never going to get a 10 multiplier. Things die too quick, and I have nothing extending my combo duration. I played myself.
The ultimate no to do something that had to do with weight loss after that.
Oh, we're leaving him alive, huh?
Which is something that doesn't exist on TikTok.
The void cascade just hit a new level of intensity. Be careful. We have no idea what it could manifest.
What was even killing him? He was just walking away. What the fuck?
Was Remy speaks openly about absolutely loves the conversation. But on TikTok, that was a whole different story, especially because Remy would talk about the effects that obesity was having on her. She was always in pain.
Spit Exilizer has been retired.
Like a constant period, and my doctor told me I was becoming infertile.
Shit, wish I was a spent exilizer so I could retire. Okay. Where is he?
We're down an Exilizer. Working on backups.
This woman built plus-size women with realistic try-on hauls and let these women
Our enemy's folly is your game.
the second she got scammed, she turned her back on them.
Wasn't feeling very boosted.
Again, you were never body positive. Well, according to the fat big sis, who pretty much said exactly that. Here's the thing, no one is mad at Vader for getting weight loss surgery. What people are mad about is that for a long time she let us believe she was fighting alongside us while after this sort of escape hatch. We were never supposed to notice. And then once she emerged on the other side and suddenly more powerful, she spoke sexually of her whole body, as if it were a prison. In turn, speaking of her fat following, that really actually caused the
Void contamination critical.
Like I said,
Do these invaders have any idea what demons they have invoked upon us all?
Demons feels like a bit of an exaggeration, my friend. They're just little void guys doing little void things. It's okay.
We're down an Exilizer. Working on backups.
And I'm gonna be the one to say it. She sounds like the type of woman who loses weight and then
Wait,
shames
what?
women who are still
I was just up there and there's no enemies. I come down, it's fucking locked. What? Man, the combo goes so fast on these things.
Spit Exilizer has been retired.
and it feels like the season of life is trying to do something to my butt. That means every other big booty chick around
better analogy. If I say I wanted to lose muscle so that I can be more comfortable in certain t-shirts because it always feels awkward with my broad frickin' shoulders, is that me shitting on every broad-shouldered chick that I've never talked to?
That's
or
it.
is it
You
just
opened
a
the
goal that
relic.
I have for myself?
Finish your mission and we'll take a
Shit on
look
the people
inside.
that follow me. But we've seen time and time again that speaking about obesity and exercise means that you are bringing down obese women.
Pretty much just because she's saying about her own body doesn't necessarily. I don't even think during the whole interview she ever once brought up her whole followers and told them that they're all fat, even though now that we see that most of them seem to be obese. Anyway, after that interview, kind of sad comment-wise for Remy on TikTok, many people were saying exactly what the fat skinhead lady was saying.
So here's the thing, she never wanted to be fat. She didn't want to continue being fat. Her goal was to always look like this.
I take issue with the fact that you didn't want to talk about your weight loss surgery. Again, fine. However, when you do decide to talk about it, you go on a podcast of a woman whose main thing that she was like known for
Spent
is
Exalizer has been
revenge
retired.
bodies.
I mean, I understand
Ah,
why
the void
she
has
was
manifested
like
something
talking to
other than a
people after
nightmare.
Wayne, she said no.
Ah, this guy.
There was a video somewhere out there where she kind of talked about not talking
Oberon, my boy.
there is. And people just disregarded the video and said, fuck it, she's actually just fat phobic and hates us all, and she's calling us fat, saying that our knees hurt as well. Yep, that's what people are doing. And writing 2 to 3 pages of blog posts about why Remy Bader was never body positive, even though she made a post pretty much saying exactly that. Yeah, people don't really like to look up things on the internet. Years prior, Remy would post a video telling people, you guys, I'm not going to be talking about my body anymore because even when I tell the truth, you guys get mad no matter what. People think that she's too fat for people. She talks about her body and being in pain, and people get upset about that.
Oh yeah, I forgot to put some pizza in the air fryer.
Lately,
The void has manifested something new.
saying things I already know. Like, I don't need to hear it again. So, like, saying
Exalizer
things like,
spent.
it's, like, how much bigger I got and how much weight I gained and how unhealthy I look and whatever it is. So, I've definitely changed my mind because I really was, felt like it was helpful to other people that I care about or don't know and still care about to help by sharing my health journey and what I'm doing for myself with the world, because I think that could be helpful with people going through similar struggles. But I
You
decided
just
that
lost an Exalizer to possession.
tonight that I'm no
Get it
longer
back.
going to do that.
Now the
My health
Exalizer's
journey will now
purged.
be my
Any
business.
casualties you inflict within its field will bring the contamination level down. We're down an Exalizer, working on backups.
Completely relate to this where there's just some topics where it's just emotional and there's no point in really saying that
Honestly,
about this because it's
I'm not seeing more Thrax than normal.
you just want to do this thing without people complaining about your personal life. So she didn't lie. She just kind of warned everyone, I'm not talking about this anymore. Can y'all respect that? No. You lost weight. So things kept getting a lot worse.
Well done,
Remy
Tenno.
kept
Your
coming out
relic is
saying, I
opened.
knew it. I knew she was always lying.
We're down an
and she didn't
Exalizer, working on backups.
why? She's literally pretty much one of them. Which, questionable to go on a Khloe Kardashian podcast. I really wish she was kind of like in LA. But I was heard her
Spent
talking
Exalizer
like
has
I
been
was
retired.
all that relatable.
Enemy bounty
She's got a
secured.
lot of money. She's super high fashion. And all kinds of cool stuff. It looks like she was trying to follow this is she would have loved
Oh shit, boy.
but after the interview, all the posts on TikTok, people calling her a liar, she finally got here to address a few things.
Has been a little. I've been debating in my head back and forth if I should say something or not say something or acknowledge, some of the things that I've seen online since they've opened up about the weight loss surgery.
And she reiterated that she was pretty truthful with everyone, that she's not going to talk about her body, and that's really what she did. And she understands that she has to see the post, so that's why she can post on her podcast constantly. Because, here's my view. She just didn't feel like presenting her body anymore, because who would? That is kind of weird. Like, I can understand why she would stop talking about her body, but I can also understand the other side where they're used to her talking about her body and talking about certain things and then just get cut off, blocked, and cut out. And according to Remy, her mental health when talking about all this stuff was just tanking.
Was showing a lot.
Exalizer spent.
My back pain, struggling going up the stairs, and struggling working out, and just like trying to do as much as I could. There did come a point that I pinned the video in September, I think, 2023, where I said that I needed to stop talking about it.
Exolizer has been retired.
Weight loss push. That is an extreme.
Fuck, where's his last reaction?
The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
We're down an Exolizer, working on backups. See what you make of this.
Believe that I'm not if I give my feedback on how all of those on.
When I got my hysterectomy, I didn't tell anyone except Garrett. Obviously, they had to drive me to the hospital. I didn't tell my mom. I did not want to be stressed thinking about things I didn't need to think about when I already thought I was gonna die. And you know what? I'm so happy I did because when I told someone in my family that I got a hysterectomy, months after, they said, "Oh, you know, Shirley died from that." I don't need that in my head before I'm going under the knife. Unfortunately for Remy, though, it did take her views. She used to get millions of views, and now she gets around 100,000. To you, being on YouTube, that's a lot, but on TikTok, that's not. That's just pocket change. Her content is also slightly different as well. As far as I'm seeing, she is still doing try on haul.
Who's really going to eventually formulate the data?
But she also does shopping hauls, not for her plus size body, which used to get her a lot of views. This is now for her new body.
I'm with
All
me.
right, double steel essence drop. Let's go.
Literally in over a year. I am very body confused right now, size confused. I have no idea what I should be wearing, and I don't know what my size is. This is the first time I'm shopping in business. I've been so afraid of kind of facing my new body
Spit
right now.
Exolizer has been retired.
I was not interested in Remy Bader's content, but this is actually something that intrigues me. Her old fan base, though, would not be intrigued by this. They don't have a body. They believe in staying in the body that we have. And they have it, but they're not. Marching into Target and Walmart and telling them that they like this for my weight. See, that's what's popular. Views up. She hasn't lost any kind of weight, and she's been going in some random stores for years, sawing up,
Exolizer
making
spent.
plus sizes bigger, and people love it. That's relatable to them. Remy Bader, no longer relatable. She is now a queen. She can fit into the majority of sizes in stores now. So many people are saying that she fumbles. She's not relatable anymore. Now she's just, well, another skinny girl on TikTok that did an interview with another skinny girl that used to be bigger, Khloe Kardashian. She's easily forgettable after a few weeks after Nino comes up with something stupid that she did with Bean Dip at her vibrator again.
Ooh, it's working. Ooh, it's working.
I have to say, it's my kind of skinny girl, a kind of skinny girl coming out. Very, very good. All the people think that they would have supported her if she just told them about the weight loss because
Well
we
done,
know
Keno.
damn
Your
well
relic is
y'all
open.
have been mad. Knowing that the truth gets people upset. Not knowing the truth also gets people upset. Not saying anything gets people upset. It's the internet. Someone's gonna be mad that Remy Bader, the girl that wasn't allowed to be on the floor, is gonna now get weight loss surgery, and she's now in the clutches of the people that are telling her to get
We're down an Exolizer, working on backups.
Air thing.
And that's very refreshing in this. Honestly, this whole story just shows you damn it.
Spent Exolizer has been retired. Struggle has its benefits.
Wonderful for scaring away all the boys that don't like rum, but not needed to be healthy. But
Hey, baby girl.
should not be a controversial topic, and I
Sorry,
find
Prime.
that very weird. Bye.
Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up.
This is the cruelest Gorgeous Donuts Kitchen Nightmares is a TV show hosted by celebrity chef Gordon Ramsay. He visits severely struggling restaurants who are on the brink of going out of business, and he attempts by the end of the episode to fix them and make them a thriving business again. However, there's always a reason why these restaurants are so unsuccessful.
They're only level
And a lot of
200
the time it's down to the horrific owners who won't hear anyone else's opinion but their own. A lot of the time they don't even listen to Gordon, even though they've applied to be on the show and get his help. A lot of these restaurants seem completely unsavable, and that's so apparent in the episode that we're going to be breaking down today. As the manager of this restaurant lies to everybody, he lies to his staff, he lies to his family, he lies to his parents who are the owners of the restaurant, who he's also stealing money from. And he also lies to Gordon on numerous occasions in this episode. There's one specific moment later in this video where Gordon Ramsay goes toe-to-toe with the manager of this restaurant, and it's known as one of the most iconic exchanges in Kitchen Nightmares history. So without further ado, let's get into it. I'm so excited. So the episode kicks off with us getting introduced to Vincenzo and Inca, who opened the restaurant Nino's 54 years ago after moving to America. And already that's a huge achievement that they've managed to keep this restaurant open since 1958. Clearly it's been successful for multiple decades. So it's going to be interesting to see why it's now going out of business.
I ran the outside, he ran the kitchen. It was a lot of work, but it was a lot of fun too.
Oh my god, what a power couple. That's like, oh, that's the dream. You're joking? It's like Mr. and Mrs. Smith, but better looking. Their daughter, Karina, who has a separate full-time job, also helps out at the restaurant, and she says that her dad, Vincenzo, ran the entire restaurant with an iron fist. He was a really good owner of the restaurant. He was very hands-on, he kept everyone in check, and everything was really organized, and that's why the business was so successful. However, he is now 88 years old, and he has to step back from the business because he's got early signs of dementia, so obviously the stress of running the business just isn't going to help him. And apparently, as soon as he started separating himself from Nino's, this is where the downfall of the restaurant started. We then get introduced to one of their sons, Michael, who also helps out at the restaurant after having his full-time job, and he blames the entire downfall of Nino's on his brother Nino, who the restaurant was actually named after.
All I can say is he's the worst employee here.
I love that, right? Baiting your brother out right in front of the production crew, knowing this is going to be aired to millions. You've got to rate the shithousery. Straight away, just getting the knife in his back. Cutting his legs off before he's even begun. Love it, Michael. Can you imagine Christmas dinner in this household? It must be an absolute movie.
He loves to run up the tables and go, "Hi, I'm Nino. My dad has hold of Jack in the Box owner, no his name is Jack."
Okay, this guy's had like all of these lines on a post-it note as soon as he knew that Kitchen Nightmares accepted the offer to come and help. Okay, right, hello, Nino. Jack in the Box, right, now go. They're gonna eat this up. Okay, Netflix are gonna offer us a special. I mean, I do get where he's coming from, like criticizing Nino. Like if Nino is going up to people eating their food and going, "No, I'm Nino," I probably would mark them down a couple on TripAdvisor. I'd be like, is this guy that just keeps on like telling us that he's called Nino? It's really off-putting. It's like eating at McDonald's and somebody keeps coming up to you going, "Hello, I'm McDonald." You'd be like, "Can you please piss off? I don't care if your name's on the front of the door, just get out me face." You can see straight away that Nino does have a full suite of excuses for his laziness.
You open the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
Alright, well, you know, everyone's got a sub-story, Nino. Still doesn't help anybody out trying to do their job, though, does it? Look at the bags under these eyes. Still recording a Kitchen Nightmares episode, I know. I know I'm a soldier. Those men that fought in wars, they'd be looking at me going, God. Some of that motivation, please. That would have helped. It's alright, guys. God gives these hardest battles to his strongest soldiers. What is really sad, though, is Nino seems to be taking advantage of his elderly parents.
Working on backups.
Basically, that's really
Enemy bounty secured.
I mean, that's high praise, Inca. That is high praise for your son. Seems like a lovely chap. I might hire him myself. Get him to edit some TikToks for us. I love how they made him sit in the manager's room and like watch TV whilst bobbing his head to look like he's busy whilst holding some paper sheets. He's definitely like, yeah, Honestly, it's a full-time job being here. Not many people could do what I do. But you can tell straight away that Nino possibly is like emotionally manipulating his mom. Like his mom obviously loves him and wants to make sure he's okay, and he's clearly using that to his advantage. Because realistically, if somebody was acting like this in your business but you weren't related to them, I imagine Inca would have probably have sacked them. Nino's brother Michael says that Nino is running this place into the ground, and after both his and Turner's full-time job, they often have to come and help out to make sure the business stays afloat, which obviously is going to be really stressful for them because they're basically working an entire day and then working into the night, so they're just going to be burnt out all the time. And it's lucky they do help out because the way that Nino interacts with the customers is honestly horrific.
Exalizer has been retired.
I mean, he wasn't specifically blaming you. You know, it could have been one of the chefs. I mean, we've seen that the chefs aren't wearing hairnets, so possibly it could have been one of them. You know, the ones that cook the food, Nino? What's even worse is Nino is 60 years old. Like, you could possibly excuse this behavior from, like, a 16 or 17-year-old who has his name on the door and his parents just want him to, like, have all of these responsibilities and it's really overwhelming. But when you're 60 years old, surely you've developed the skills to be able to take over the restaurant at this point. However, I do believe the reason he's probably like this is because his parents everything, so he's never really had to go out of his way to impress them. Because if he acts lazy, they're still gonna let it slide, so why does he need to get out of the way? I'm not blaming the parents here, I'm just saying this is possibly why Nino acts the way he does. We then get our first interview with Nino, and he isn't impressed that Gordon's being called to help the restaurant.
We're down an Exalizer, working on backups.
I have an ill feeling about it.
Why would you have an ill feeling about, like, a hugely successful chef coming to give you advice? How could that be a bad thing? The only way that that could be a bad thing is because you know that you're going to get called out for your bad behavior. That's the only negative to this. If you actually are a really hard worker, then you'll be sound. Gordon just wants to help here. The one person who I feel like needs Gordon's help the most is Inga, because she still works full-time at her age in this restaurant, and she says that she just wants to keep this place open to kind of build on Vincenzo's legacy, because he absolutely loved this place. It would mean the world to her to be able to just keep it open for him. Trying to make a grown man cry, what you doing? I really hope that Gordon can help these people out. I just can't believe that Nino is around his mother when she's feeling this way, and he still doesn't go out of his way to try and collect, like, the restaurant's fortunes. It says a lot about someone that sees their mom in this state and still doesn't really care. Gordon then turns up to Nino's for the first time and inspects the overall condition of it. I don't know why they've got a sign above the menu that says it's the menu. If you're in a restaurant and you kind of, you know, you need this pointed out to you, I don't feel like you're in the right place. Like, surely people would just know that that's the menu. Would people be going up to this thinking it's a map? I don't know if they're trying to say this is the 1958 menu, as if they've never changed it since 1958, but also I don't really feel like that's a flex. Like, the fact the restaurant's open since 1958, that's a flex in itself, but surely since then the menu should have been updated to, like, the current times. Gordon then has a chat with Inga, just them two, learns a little bit about the history of the restaurant. He also asks who works there, and then after this he meets the rest of the team.
Are you the oldest? Yes, I am. I'm one of 36.
He's also the older sibling. Like, I know this doesn't always work out with family dynamics, but you would expect him to be like the bigger brother, the one that, like, carries you on the way. However, this is just not the case. It's the complete opposite. It's also hilarious that the offenders are always on their best behavior when Gordon arrives, as if he hasn't just told a customer to F off in the previous scene. The thing that is so evident from the start of this episode is Michael can't stand Nino. If Nino has zero haters, Michael is dead. Michael is dead and buried. If Michael dies before Nino, Michael is going to haunt the shit out of Nino. Nino's not going to have a single moment of himself ever again. There's going to be plates falling off. The menu's going to be falling off. The TV's going to be flickering off and on. Michael is sat for the the downfall of Nino right now. He's been waiting for this moment his entire life. Gordon firstly asks all of the members of the family like how they'd rate the food out of 10, and of course Nino says it's a 10 out of 10, which obviously means that the restaurant's fine. He doesn't even know why Gordon's here. It's thriving, Gordon. We don't need your help. What is also interesting is both Michael and Karina also say the food's like a 7 or 8 out of 10, which is pretty good. It's almost like Michael and Karina think that the only problem with the restaurant is Nino. However, I feel like later in this episode, that's not the case. Nino's basically saying to Gordon that he stepped up to save this restaurant after his dad fell ill.
And then when the void has manifested something other than
He
a nightmare.
stepped up when no other person was. His name's on the door. He was here every morning watching telly, watching the Jerry Springer show. You can't say he wasn't. We saw him in that room with the papers. Riddle me that, Michael. He also lets Gordon know how hard he works every day at the restaurant.
Cleaning of all these plates, cleaning the restrooms, scrubbing the toilets. Weekends usually I'll come in for extensive cleaning.
Christ, it's like witnessing Mrs. Hinch. The bloke should have his own cleaning products, his own spray and his own sponges. The bloke's in the wrong business. Why's he got a restaurant?
Cleaning? What are you talking about? The restaurant is a mess.
It's Michael's laugh. He's just anyone that has anything remotely bad to say about Nino, he backs them up with his little laugh. He's like, yeah, honestly, yeah. 10 out of 10 love. Don't think he would piss on him if he was on fire. Karina says that Nino is useless at every single job in the restaurant. He should be managing the kitchen. However, Nino says that he's not allowed in the kitchen.
They're very adamant about keeping that kitchen to themselves. It's like everybody's kind of running the restaurant.
What is this, like Clash of Clans? Like, does everyone have their own base in this restaurant that no one else is allowed to kind of enter? What do you mean the chefs say that you're not allowed to come near the kitchen? You own the place! What do you mean? Nino then straight away gets exposed as a liar. Like, he said that he's at the restaurant 24/7. However, he's actually never there during lunch or dinner hours. You know, the main 2 times that food is served in the restaurant. The only job of a restaurant is to serve food, and he's never there when they're doing so. He's too busy cleaning, man. That's what he's doing. Now, this entire conversation just kind of turns into a venting session against Nino. They don't really talk about anything else but his flaws.
Doesn't make sense. Irritates the crap out of me. He spends a lot of time sitting down with customers. I mean, not just visiting, promoting the business.
We're just saying anything now. Yeah, honestly, I just feel like he's a prick. This is like Nino's Anonymous. Hi, my name's Cam. I'm also a Nino hater. I just think he's a bellend, honestly, and I've thought he's a bellend.
Hey, welcome to Nino's. We all hate Nino.
Trying to get in recovery.
Everybody hates
Honestly, I just can't get over it. I just think he's a bellend. People on the street are coming in. He once cut us off in traffic, honestly. Wasn't a fan of him since then.
He's not here at 8 in the morning when I get in. Why would I come here at 8 in the morning? I watch TV.
To be fair, at this point I do kind of agree with Michael. I feel like Nino just says that he comes in at 8 o'clock to seem like he's doing something. Like, he actually might get there at 8 o'clock, but if you're getting in early and just watching telly, there's no point of you actually being there. It doesn't matter if you come in at 6 a.m. or 9 a.m. If you're not doing something productive, it doesn't matter what time you come in. It's like those finance bros that tell people to wake up at 4 a.m. There's nothing productive about waking up at 4 a.m. unless you're actually doing something. Just because you start at a certain time, that means nothing. Michael and Nino then start this insane argument, and everyone's just watching and listening to them, and Gordon is just in pure disbelief.
I have high def at home with all the channels I need. Why wouldn't I just stay there? I get here at 8. You're working.
Wait, that's his defense? That his TV at home has better picture quality? Good one, Nino.
My brother never tells the truth. I mean, from a pathological liar, I take that as a compliment.
God, could you imagine playing like a family session of Among Us with these? Oh, I'd rather play Russian roulette with the mob boss. The stress would be more bearing than that.
It's like last night, he went up to every table and said, "Hello, my name's Nino."
I highly doubt he's doing that. Like, he doesn't give me... Like, Nino doesn't give me the personality vibe that he wants to be the centre of attention. He actually seems kind of quiet. I would be so shocked if this man is going up to tables doing this.
Oh, I'm Nino!
I just don't think that's in his DNA, if I'm being honest. I've only met this man for like 7 minutes. I don't think he's got that in him. I think you're exaggerating a little bit, Michael. And later in this episode, you're going to see why I actually don't like Michael. I feel like he's trying to paint himself out to be like the white knight person that is like trying to help the restaurant, even though he's got his own full-time job. Like, he doesn't need to be here. Like, everything he's saying in this argument isn't constructive. He's just getting his anger out about not liking his brother. None of this helps the restaurant at all. It's almost like he just wants an audience so he can embarrass Nino. But I do get it from his point of view. If he's had years and years and years of Nino kind of, I guess, taking advantage of the family, this is like his way of just venting it all out. I just don't think it's a nice way to do it. And it makes you know better than your brother, who you're saying is awful.
You talk, Mr. Always talking. I see it all the time.
You're the person who spoke for 90% of this argument. Like, you've got me defending Nino here, the person that's taking advantage of his elderly parents. My morals are skewed. How are you coming off as the worst person here, Michael? Just stop talking.
I love this damn restaurant. And to see it just being run down drives me freaking crazy.
Hot take here, but if you really, really did love this restaurant and it meant so much to you like you say it does, why wouldn't you put your full time into making it a success? If you really, really want to carry on your parents' legacy like you keep saying you do. I don't know if I should give credit to Nino for this, but at least he's here. But I don't know if he's here because he wants to be here or because he has nowhere else to go. After this insane argument, Gordon actually sits down to order some food that he's gonna try to see if it really is a 10 out of 10 like Nino says it is. Because if it is, then that's one less problem that Gordon has to fix. But before Gordon even orders the food, he's realized a problem.
Is that a spelling mistake on there? Egg, plant, as in two separate words? Shouldn't be sort of joined?
Yes.
We're down in excellence. Working on backups.
What idiots.
This discovery might interest you.
I probably would spell it different as well. What idiots! Honestly, Nino, what a plonker. He's an absolute melon. Absolute melon. Watermelon. That's one word, right?
One meat ball.
Wait, you just got like a singular meatball? That's incredible. They should just call it like the Lance Armstrong. That is incredible. He had one ball, right? I mean, I think that was because of cancer. I'm a terrible person. I'm worse.
Exalizer spent. Spent Exalizer has been retired.
Open the north.
We're down an Exalizer. Working on backups. Exalizer spent. Our enemy's folly is your gain.
Sorry, door don't work no more.
Thing starts moving, and it will. You better know what to do.
We're down an Exalizer, working on backups. Exalizer spent.
Why can't I shoot?
The angel is trying to retreat into the void so it can heal. Follow it and stop it.
The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
Spent Exalizer has been retired. This discovery might interest you. Exalizer has been retired.
Yes! It won't be shrugging that off.
Exalizer spent.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
We're down an Exalizer, working on backups. working on backups. See what you make of this.
Hell yeah, we don't get a Necros Prime at this rate.
Spent Exilizer has been retired. Exilizer spent.
Well done, Tenno. Your relic is opened.
We're down an Exilizer, working on backups. Spent Exilizer has been retired. Enemy bounty secured.
I hardly done shit in this game. I'm just kind of hanging out. Kind of run around in circles. Pick the shit up.
Exilizer spent. Exilizer spent.
What'd you spend it on?
You have collected enough reactants to open
Exelizer, working on backups. Spent Exelizer has been retired. Struggle has its benefits.
We're cooking 100 years of Michelin-starred dishes, recreating the best meals from every decade with a prestigious guide. The Michelin star system is recognized as gold standard of cooking around the world. But what were the iconic dishes from every decade?
First, we're going to start with 1920. So the Michelin Guide started as a guide for French tyre company in order to sell more tyres. The guide started in 1900. The first stars were awarded in 1926, of which there were 46 given out. And then it wasn't until 1931 when they started doing almost like a tiered system with 3 stars awarded to the best restaurants. It is all started by a tyre company as a marketing exercise. Why are we doing lobster thermidor? It's a symbol of opulence and luxury. This is definitely one of the dishes that would have been around on the menus of contemporary restaurants at the time, whilst Michelin were awarding their first of their stars. When we were doing some research for this video, we even called Michelin up to try and get a definitive answer of which restaurant was the earliest one. So basically, we have a YouTube channel, and we're doing a video. Head of press team said that they could get us an answer by Feb, so I thoroughly believe that even Michelin don't really know. Prepped our lobsters, killed them, we cut them in half. This is what we're going to use to make our lobster thermidor. First, we're just going to make the mix, which is basically the claw meat goes into a bowl, and then we're going to add a little bit of bechamel, but it's just got a little bit of piece, which we make by using the shells. It's heavy on Dijon mustard and a few spices. So in here we've got our lobster meat and a nice bit of the lobster bechamel. This is a version of a recipe that we found via Escoffier. It's pretty true to what we would have seen on the menus in fine dining restaurants all across Paris. Now, obviously, we would call it retro, but back then you can imagine it was very cutting edge. So there's 100 different ways to make the lobster thermidor, but this is the very classic way. We put in the spike in there to keep the nice shape. What we're going to do is turn out the fillets once they're cooked, carve them, and then gratinate the claw meat with this bechamel inside the head. Okay, so we're going to place our lobsters under the grill. And to be honest, this wouldn't be too far dissimilar to what they would have used. They probably would have baked this in the oven as well. These are just going to really gently cook under the grill. Okay, so once they're like partially cooked, what we're going to do is just flip them over. Release that meat on the other side, but not overcook the tail. So quite likely what you would have had is a waiter would have come table side and served up this lobster, which would be carved out of the shell. And I guess this is what Michelin sort of defines so well. 1 star is a trip you would stop on your way. A 2-star is worth making a detour for. And then a 3-star is a specific trip which you plan in advance to go to there for an experience. This is very much what the privilege would have been eaten, not in any way, shape, form the normal classes. What we're going to do is just going to take out that meat delicately, and then that spike just helps as well, because then you can just pull it out in one go and remove the spike at that point. Lay a small amount of the lobster bechamel all the way down the length with a little bit more in the head, and this is going to melt and flavour that meat as it cooks. Let's load up this head with this stunning claw meat, which has been cooked in a courtbouillon, so that's a little bit of fish stock in there, and then lots of different vegetables. With all these classical recipes, there's always layers and layers to the way they build the dishes, and adding a courtbouillon when you cook your lobster is just that extra little step that adds just this really awesome flavour. The fat from this bechamel works so well with the lobster because it traps in all that flavour as it gently cooks. Get this nice and hot, and then we'll add the tail back in to serve it, carve this lobster, and then this would have been just sort of distributed at table side. This is all high class people. You don't want to have to get your bib out and do like a shellfish boil. What we've got here is like this gentle gratination of that sauce that we added, and then what we're going to do is just add in tails, the opposite tail back in. It looks very natural, but obviously there's absolutely nothing natural about it. It's going to take some Gruyere, and this is just for the sort of final touching of gratination as that lobster tail heats for as well. We've got the Gruyere on there, and then it goes back under.
Only 54.
Have them opposing sides. It's completely tiny. You know? It's such a stunning dish. And garnish was one of those things. I think sometimes it can seem a little bit old-fashioned, but still 100% has a place. The luxury in this dish is in the technique behind it and the ingredients used.
That's it.
So, 1920s, lobster thermidor done.
And we'll take a look inside.
I wonder if they were paying the same that we're paying for lobsters at the moment. These are £29 a kilo. It's such a luxurious dish. Probably the second time I ever made it. I would definitely make it. Now it's so involved in it.
Also, I bet you there's a lot of shit.
Oh yeah.
I almost wouldn't trust people to make it properly. Whereas back in the 1920s.
What do they say? Don't mess with the classic?
Delicious. Stop. 1930.
Oh my god, this
Welcome to the
dumbass
era
fucking
of
shit.
Traditional, flavor-led luxury. The very famous poulet de Brest chicken translates to breast chicken in half morning. So this dish was made famous by a chef called Eugénie Brazier. She was from Lyon. She had two restaurants, both by the same name, called La Mère Brazier, both of which had 3 Michelin stars, one of which is still open to this day and still has this dish on the menu. It's famed the world round for being one of the finest chickens you can buy. It's from the Brest region in eastern France, near Lyon. When you buy this chicken, it's dressed perfectly. It still has the feet on, so you can see the freshness. Beautifully trussed here. So what we've done here is we've taken some softened butter, black truffles, and we've just released the surface of the breast and massaged the truffle and the butter underneath the skin. So this dish is all about the gentle poetry of this beautiful chicken in our stock with some onion, some thyme, and some white wine. So this era embodies the move away from lavish luxury and ostentatious presentations and service styles to more ingredient-led cookery, focusing more on the subtle aromas and balancing of the aromas with the quality ingredients. I'm just going to take some white onion, lifting the chicken slightly off the base of the pan, making sure we cook it really nice and delicate. Some thyme, season the chicken all over, generous glug of white wine to the bottom of our pan, followed by our chicken, probably about a litre or so of chicken stock. We just want to almost just cover the base of the chicken. Baste it a few times while it's cooking. We're going to cook it at 120 degrees, very gently. The management of the low temperature is going to help the truffle permeate into the fibres of the chicken. In France at this period, we had the very more male-dominated haute cuisine, which sort of stemmed from luxury Paris. So Eugénie Brazier, her cooking was very much steeped in Lyonnaise dishes, more regional cooking style. Cover the pan. This should hopefully take about 2 hours. Okay, so to serve with our poulet de Brest en demi-duel, classic sauce. So this is her version of a sauce albufera. A touch of brandy, Madeira, equal quantities. Her version is slightly different in the fact that it uses, we are going to use foie gras as a thickening agent in the sauce at the end, instead of a more traditional roux-based sauce. I'm going to go in with my brown chicken stock, a touch of cream, lots of black pepper. We're going to remove our poulet de Brest from the oven. We're just going to let our chicken rest there now. Beautifully tender. We're going to go with a little knob of butter on a low heat. We're just then going to add our foie gras. This is just been deveined, and then we're just going to emulsify that in. And this is the foie gras will help to thicken the sauce. Yeah. Thickening. It's almost got a gloss to it, which comes from the fat. So we've just got a few little vegetables to heat up to go with our garnish. We can carve the chicken off the bone. You can always smell the smell of the chicken. It's incredible. We've got our beautiful leg, French-style presentation. Just letting all the ingredients sing for themselves. We've got one of the best chickens in the world. Lovely, fresh, seasonal vegetables. Beautiful truffles permeating through the skin.
Man,
of the chicken.
hydroid.
Albufera-style sauce. I don't know how much these chickens cost, but I want to say like 30 quid a chicken. Perfectly cooked chicken. Chicken's poached as well. You can't even just forget about that. Poaching a whole chicken. I mean, it's not something I'd actually never do, but why not?
It's an amazing celebratory dish.
Next up, the 40s.
Let's talk about what happened in 1940s.
It doesn't seem like they super love that chicken.
1940s because of that naughty little angry Austrian. The Michelin Guide didn't stop. They actually helped during the war effort, the Allied troops, because they provided roadmap for the Allies on the D-Day landing, which were really integral and useful in the war. During the occupation, there were still actually restaurants feeding German troops, and you can see there's a catalogue of restaurants listed in like German guides to Paris. They didn't stop trading during that time. They just fed rich Germans rather than rich Parisians, rich Nazis. After the war, a really important figure started to come about in the culinary world, which is a guy called Raymond Olivier, the Bordeaux region of France, the son of a chef, and he actually started an apprenticeship under his father at the age of 15, much like our beloved co-host on this channel, Jack Croft. So this is one of his most famous dishes. So this is Pigeon Prince René III. Dish that was created in his restaurant that was awarded Michelin stars in 1948, and it was to celebrate the marriage of Prince René III, probably the most famous actress in the world, Grace Kelly. Squab pigeon, which is a type of pigeon. It's a different breed of pigeon that's been essentially a domesticated farm pigeon. Deboned, and then we've trussed it. So we've taken out all of the sinews. We've stuffed it with a chicken mousseline, which has been cut with a beautiful little bit of foie gras, some goose liver, some black truffle. This is everything that wartime wasn't. This is opulence, wealth, luxury. The restaurant itself was called Le Grand Le Four in Paris. Raymond Olivier was probably the first celebrity chef. Raymond Oliver was the first ever chef to have a TV show. This is kind of where chefing comes out of the kitchen a little bit more. The celebrity status didn't start with Marco and Gordon, as you can often think about. It actually started much earlier, and especially in France. Squab pigeon is a really difficult meat to cook because it's super lean, but it's got a really beautiful flavour. So all we're actually doing is getting colour on these ballantines, but we're centering the colour to the area where the chicken mousse went in first. They're focusing a little bit more on farm to table, a little bit less on the old luxuries of the sort of the grandeur of the
no doubles,
and moving towards some slightly more modern styles. So this just goes in the oven now, just to cook lightly through. So foie gras is obviously a little bit of a contentious ingredient nowadays. Cruel the way they do it. They reduce in order to get the saturation of fat. It is an ingredient that's not fashionable in any way, shape, form to use anymore, and I kind of think with good reason. Really doesn't need much heat. It'll naturally sort of melt at room temp. So just a good hit of salt and pepper in the same basting juices as our pigeon, and then just slightly agitate it and move it around, so you get a really beautiful golden crust all the way over it. I always rest my foie gras quite nicely. Splash of Madeira, and then just burn off that alcohol. I've got some nicely reduced chicken stock here. Okay, so we've not reduced this too much. Should be a nice. So we had a look at a few different ways of plating it, and I think there's been different iterations of it. We just wanted to kind of do like an old school plate. So this is a blackberry gel, taking off the ties, keep the whole thing in place whilst it's cooking. One side of the plate. And it would have just been incredibly simple how he would have done it. I think I'll just carve it just to show the cross section. I mean, can you imagine trying to put this on the menu here? Absolutely crazy. All primo ingredients.
It just goes to show you how like groundbreaking we're at the time, because dishes like this are still seen on menus today.
Well, I was never going to go on the menu, but it's a beautiful archive and an amazing dish.
Welcome to 1950s France. Pouillard en vessie, chicken in a bag. This dish was created by Fernand Point, who was a legendary French chef who ran a restaurant called La Pyramide, which was awarded 3 Michelin stars. It was a restaurant that was owned by his parents, and this is one of his famous dishes. So it's basically we have a whole breast chicken, as we used in the 30s. We release the skin from the breast, and we place some sliced black truffle underneath, along with some butter. So in the cavity of our chicken, we've got some shallot, we've got some hard herbs, some rosemary, and some thyme. And we're going to very gently slide it into our pig's bladder. So our bladder has been soaked in cold water, and we've cut the top to be able to fit the chicken in. Cooking a pig's bladder, it comes from it's a very historic way of cooking. We're leaving the feet and the wings on for our presentation. We need to be careful that they don't pierce the bag. So into our bag, we're going to season our chicken. So it's a little bit like cooking something on papillon, but obviously in a more theatrical way. A little bit of morel juice, or you could use truffle juice. They might have used as well in the time. We've got a small glug of Madeira, brandy, cognac, and then a little bit of white wine also. And the chicken is going to steam within inside the bladder and absorb all those lovely flavourings that we put in. So we really want to make sure here that the seal is just really, really tight so that no steam can escape. Okay, so we're now going to place our chicken into our stock. Like so. And the bag will inflate as the chicken steams. This style of cooking in the bladder is sort of like the real first sort of steps of chemistry sort of slowly started seeping into eating. Touch the chicken, don't you cry, Daddy's gonna buy you a truffle pie. This has been cooking now for about 2 hours. We are now ready to serve. So they usually serve it at tableside, and then the big reveal is when you cut the top off. So we're going to capture all the juices in the pan so we can make our sauce. So the chicken is almost plumped up. So we're just going to reduce our cooking liquor. I've seen methods of this where they would then reduce this tableside and make the sauce in a pan at the table. So into our sauce, we've got a few morel mushrooms. We've got a little bit of cream, a little bit of butter, and we'll finish it with some final seasoning.
Good.
Regional seasoning. Chicken is almost has more texture.
I think the important thing is,
been retired.
It seems almost like a gimmick.
Struggle has its
But it's
benefits.
not.
But it's almost like very first iterations of sous vide.
Yeah, actually, that's true. The amount of work it takes to do and the amount of like sheer diligence you have to have whilst you're cooking it, I probably wouldn't do it again.
But I would use the same flavour combo. Next up, 1960.
1960, Paul Bocuse. So, signature dish for him is a red mullet. So in total, he held 3 Michelin stars for 55 years, which is an insane achievement. And this dish was on the menu, and I think it's still on the menu today. And again, it is in Lyon. So you can see a bit of a trend here. Lyon is obviously one of the, sort of like, I guess it's the epicenter for food and cooking. In the 60s, just a lot more of like an open border, open-minded kind of era. And people like Paul Bocuse started making a name for themselves, just doing something a little bit more interesting and unique. Essentially, it is quite a simple dish to make. Really, you start with these potatoes, which just blanch until they're cooked. So the red mullet we've just portioned, so that just involves prepping down the spine, taking the fillet off, and then we've just pin-boned it as well. Okay, so we've boiled these, and now we've just taken them out, put them into ice water. What we're looking for is these like really nice discs. We've got a slurry of potato and clarified butter, and then we're just adding our potatoes into there as well. It'll look like fish scales eventually when it's done. It's quite an elegant presentation. Red mullet is beautiful on its own. What are you going to do to charge the prices of a 3 Michelin star restaurant and justify your Michelin stars? Layer it painstakingly with tiny little rondelles of potato. Best fact of the day. This is the guy who Ratatouille is based on. Paul Bocuse was trained by Eugene Brazier. He then went on to train the next generation of chefs as well. So lots of people went through his kitchen. Quite a simple sauce. Oranges, juice them directly into a pan. 1 sprig of rosemary. Stirred with a splash of melon crab. Really beautiful ingredients using.
Finally, a double.
Add in a little bit of creme fraiche right at the end. So you don't need a huge amount, just a little bit. I suppose the elegance of the fish is what you're really trying to showcase here. The initial stage of cooking. It's a really delicate way to cook the fish. And then what I'm going to do is just add a few flaps. This is all about trying to get a nice even coverage. Probably the most delicate technique we've sort of tried to showcase so far. So at this stage we've got foundational colour on the base of these potatoes, and now I'm just going to take it off the grease proof and lay it back into the pan. I turn the heat up slightly. Just start to cook the
Damn, I
fish
missed that
on the
too.
other side.
It was right there.
Lay it onto a flat whilst I get the rest of the plate prepared. It's almost like fluorescent sauce, so we're just going to do on one side of the plate. Just take a bit of veal jus and then just lightly. At the moment, red mullet is an interesting one because it's not in season all the time. In the UK, you can get it for a very an okay price in the middle of the season. All of it goes to Europe because they love it so much. Got a bit of like a retro. Right, next up, 1970s.
Welcome to 1970s London. The Roux brothers have arrived on the London culinary scene. They were the first Michelin star restaurant in the UK with their restaurant Le Gavroche. So the dish we're doing today is a twice-baked soufflé. It symbolises heavy French technique style cookery, but yet slightly designed to more British taste. So we're going to start off making a roux, ironically so, roux for the Roux brothers. Oi, oi. You'll probably still find it on many, many pub restaurants, small little restaurants all around the country. They're the sort of staple, and the Roux brothers brought it to the UK. First Michelin star, 2 brothers, who then went on to have 2 sons who sort of took the mantle on from them. There was 3 Michelin stars for a long, long time, and then it unfortunately dropped down to 2. Just recently closed this year. It was my first ever Michelin star meal. My dad took me there on my 16th birthday. And I always remember I went, actually. I came out to London for the day and turned up in my shirt, my little trousers, and then we got to the door and then they said, you can't come in if you don't have a dinner jacket. So I had to borrow one from the reception. Trained so many of our country's finest chefs, Marco, Gordon. We're going to add white pepper and a little bit of paprika to our bechamel. a little bit of mustard, and our cheese. French Gruyere, which is a hard Alpine-style cheese. So we've beaten our egg white. Next up, we're going to add our egg yolk into the bechamel. Beat that in nicely. And now we're going to add egg white, so on and so forth, until all of your egg white is incorporated. I'm just going to put our souffle mix into the mould, into an oven preset at 160 degrees. So we're going to pour it into our mould, into our bain-marie for about 10 to 12 minutes. They will shrink slightly, the idea being that we're cooking them 75% of the way, and then when you bake them the second time, they rise again. If you cook them all the way the first time, they won't rise again. Cream goes on, cheese goes in, and then that gets baked again in the oven. It's been in the oven for about 8 to 10 minutes. Garnish with a few chives. Souffle has risen again, beautiful, nice and light. Still got beautiful wobble to it, nice and crispy on the top. Pretty good. I mean, it's good. Not my personal taste, but
Just feel a little bit more rustic as you get across the pond.
I mean, it's weird that this was a 3 Michelin star dish because it feels to me more like, without sounding rude, it sounds more like a pub dish. It feels more like a pub dish.
Really? Yeah, when you've seen the intricate sauces.
Yeah, like levels of like veal stock, truffle, like fat.
Simple, delicious, just not as groundbreaking as that. Next up, the 1980s. Okay, so this is one that I'm really excited for. So this is the 80s Marco POI. Not many of you know this, but before Gordon's sort of rise to fame in the documentary film, there was a BBC documentary about Marco, which was awesome. So this is one of his signature dishes. It's actually a really simple dish. Essentially a beurre blanc, super simple. It's made with some softening shallots, a little bit of butter, some white wine. He trained with Albert Roux, so there's a connection there between the restaurants that have come before. All of these restaurants and all of these chefs are connected. He sort of rewrote the rule book. Up until now, I guess, the perception was that kitchens are a quiet, sort of harmonious place. Always with Marco, you were treading a line between genius and madness. So Harvey's was his first restaurant. Opened 87, was awarded first star in 88, and then it wasn't until 90s that he was awarded a second star. He was the first chef to get 3 Michelin stars. I think he was 29, so it made him the youngest at the time. Infamously, he gave his stars back. The reason he did that was because he said that it's not fair that he was cooking for people who know what they are.
We're down an Exolizer,
He's a very
working on
humble guy.
backups.
So he shook our oysters, and it's just draining off over the steamer tray. These are going to be used for presentation later. Shallots reducing a little bit of a beurre blanc. Right, so I'm just going to fold up this, and we're going to make a really nice tagliatelle. So obviously Marco was Italian in his heritage. There's always a little bit of like a Mediterranean sort of twist in his food. We have our shallots, a little bit of white wine reduced, just butter and lemon juice, and a little bit of vinegar. Bit of a strange dish. Like, it's one of those things I think you have to, taste to sort of really understand it, because it feels like a lot of different influences from a lot of different places. Our oysters, the oyster jus, that's what almost finishes that sauce. And then we're just warming these through really lightly. And pasta goes in, a little bit of caviar. I think first time we've actually had the caviar so far, which is a bit of a surprise. Rock salt goes on a plate. Lay your shells back in. So just turning around some of the tagliatelle nicely, and then just lightly releasing it into the shell. Just reflected on this dish as being one of his signature dishes. It would be an absolute nightmare to do this properly on service. But for the top, caviar, to put it into perspective, this is about £70 worth of caviar at the moment, going onto this dish. Marco POI's tagliatelle of oysters.
I'm mind blown.
That's actually the most surprising thing I've done now.
Working on backups.
It's mental.
If you think about all these rules that have been set up up until this time with haute cuisine, and it would have been very avant-garde on the day. Now when we look at it, it almost seems a little bit retro, but it was proper cutting edge at the time, like proper breakthrough stuff.
It's pretty cutting edge, yeah. Mad flavour.
I mean, if you get that served in a restaurant right now, that it would actually still blow your mind.
Yeah, we'll go viral.
Respect, Marco. Big respect. Next, we're going to the 90s. Pew!
We're in the 1990s with Gordon Ramsay, very famous restaurateur, TV personality, you name it, national icon, protege and friend of Marco.
This is Gordon.
In the 90s, Gordon had his first restaurant, Aubergine, where he had 2 Michelin stars. And the 90s really symbolises his quest on the journey of Michelin and that elusive 3rd Michelin star. So we are doing a lobster ravioli. In this recipe of Gordon's, he uses a saffron reduction in the base to add to the colour. And also he uses the best quality rich egg yolks you can find. So into Gordon's ravioli, we have a beautiful mix of langoustine lobster and also scallop mousse. And so that's going to sit inside of our ravioli dough. We've obviously got beautiful Italian influences with the pasta dough. We've then got British flair with a young chef, local ingredients, innovative dining room, and then we've got the traditional French techniques of the mousse and the shellfish and the beef flavours. Cutting out our circle, and I'm just going to roll it in the next setting down one more time. So we're going to go 65 grams of our filling. So now we're just going to gently seal all the way around. So we're making our lemongrass velouté next. So I've got some coriander and white pepper, garlic and some lemongrass. We now got our first sort of Asian influences that's going into here. Next up we've got vermouth. Once the flame's gone, we're going to add our fish stock and reduce by half. We've now got the introduction of more spices, more aromats, and then just building different layers of flavour on top of those base facets. Double cream. So into our jug, we've got some chervil, and we've got a little bit of blanched spinach, and we're going to strain our stock into the blender and blend it into smooth green sauce, which is going to be the base. So that's going to get passed straight onto our green herb mix. We're going to pop my ravioli into the simmering water. That's probably going to take around about 3 minutes to cook. So our pasta is really gently poached, dressing of olive oil. We've got a lovely, beautiful lobster bisque made from
all right, got a double.
Crisp basil. So here we have it, the rise of the 3-star young budding chef, Gordon Ramsay. It's lighter, it's slightly more refreshing, like with the lemongrass and acidity and stuff.
It ticks every box for like a new age, refined, sort of modern London, I guess. You can see how this, yes, he wasn't the first one to make a raviolo. Marco trained him to make this, but like at the same time, it's like it is its own little spin on it, change things slightly. And that's what all these chefs seem to do. Take little bits that they like from the last person and then refine.
We're heading into the new millennium with arguably the godfather of molecular gastronomy.
2000s, and we are going to a restaurant. We felt it wasn't right to do this without mentioning El Bulli. So El Bulli has had a profound impact on the restaurant world, mainly because it is the birthplace of molecular gastronomy. Now this is their most famous dish, however, it did not come onto the menu until 2005. And it kind of typifies a lot of their techniques. This is their famous spherified or spherical olive. So it's made using green olives from their region in Spain. And importantly, they've had a restaurant since late 70s with Michelin stars. In 2005, they became the best restaurant in the world. So what we're doing is just blitzing up this is xanthan gum. So xanthan gum just slightly thickens this. So after we put our xanthan in, we're going to put our gluten. So it's really important we properly mix this in. Technically, what is molecular gastronomy? So basically, it's just the idea that there's lots of different techniques that are being used, classical cooking techniques, but this is really getting down into the science of why cooking works. So we've got our glucanol tap, and we've got our alginate in this tap here, and then we're mixing out more glucanol tap, and we've got some xanthan gum into our olive juice. And this tasting it now, I'm not gonna lie, it tastes a little bit strange. It's just very briny and very salty. It's the idea that kind of nothing is really what it seems, and that science can kind of alter our perception and tastes to create a really unique and interesting experience. One thing that you can really reflect on is that experience is really, really important to diners. People are always looking for new and exciting things, so you can see how this could easily come into the sort of zeitgeist of cooking. what you actually do is just create a little well on the top. Almost have to force it in there quite quick. Flip it over in the alginate. We'll leave this in here just for 15 seconds. Right, and there we go. So we lifted it up. It's got this outside sort of shell that's formed, and then it gets held in some herb-infused olive oil to add and impart an extra level of flavour to it. Okay, so we're going to place these little alginate olives onto our serving spoon.
Molecular olive.
Takes a little bit of time to get used to.
I actually love it. We're there, we're vibing on the table, having a bit of lunch. One of these bad boys comes out. I'd really enjoy it.
Just lost an
Happy days. I'll take a bowl, please.
Next up, 2010, arguably the most important chef in our professional careers, the big dog, Heston Blumenthal.
We're in 2010, Bray, just outside London, on the River Thames. A British chef has taken the world by storm. 3 Michelin stars, awarded to Heston Blumenthal for his innovative cooking at Fat Duck. Will and I both worked for Heston at his London outpost, Dinner by Heston Blumenthal. And this dish, snail porridge, really captured the imagination of the 2010 diners. The base of this dish is a snail stock.
Snail
very
porridge,
similar fashion
ew.
to that of chicken stock, with snails, herbs, and vegetables in there for infusion. So there's many, many molecular sort of techniques and processes to this dish. Carries on from that El Bulli era of the 2000s. So we've got one of the main elements of this dish we have is a parsley butter. That parsley butter is going to form the basis of the porridge, along with porridge oats, which have been sieved. So we're going to season our snail stock, or Heston's restaurants in general are famed for multi-sensory dining. So he has a dish called Sound of the Sea. While you're eating a dish of different seafoods and shellfish, the diner wears an iPod and listens to sounds of the sea.
Just
while
one
you're eating.
augmented.
One of the garnishes on this porridge is here is we have some beautiful French frog's legs, which have been brined, panade here as well. Although Heston received his 3rd star in the 2000s, we've got him down as the most influential chef in the 2010s because we believe that's when he had his biggest impact. His restaurant, the Fat Duck, went back up to 3 stars after losing one for renovations. So frog's legs have been steeped in sort of Michelin heritage. They were on some of the first ever Michelin star menus. Very Lyonnais in their heritage, and they're used a lot in France. They are super delicious. They're a bit labor intensive to prepare. Super, super delicious. So to our porridge, we're going to add our snails, which have been braised, followed by our oats. 10 seconds to the porridge oats before we then add our butter. We had an iteration of this dish at Dinner by Heston, actually. It didn't have the snails, but we did a frog leg. We did just a frog's legs porridge, but made in a very, very similar way. So this dish is one we made thousands and thousands of times. But when Dinner was a busy restaurant, we used to do 300 covers a night at 2 Michelin star level. Although the dishes sounded weird, they always, always delivered on flavour. Got some fresh herbs, some fresh parsley at the end. Just reiterating that parsley flavour. So you want your porridge to have a little bit of liquid to it. It will continue to thicken slightly as it sits. So on top of that, I'm going to add our shaved fennel. We have some really fine chiffonade Parma ham, and then finally our frog's legs.
I'm going down making this every day.
I remember watching you go down making it. It's a mad creation. I mean, it's not a Wednesday night dinner, but for a once a year celebratory meal.
You've almost got the El Bulli in terms of the molecular gastronomy technique, but it's also similar to the Marco dish in terms of how it combines different flavours and textures, and it all sort of comes together.
Like, I always loved that, like, triple cooked chips recipe. It featured on Dinner's menu, but then it was also in the Crown Pub and it was also in the Heinz Head. Like, they're just fucking good recipes.
Yeah.
And they work. It's like science-backed, tried and tested. Like, all these elements you can take off and do snails on toast. You could use the parsley butter on another thing, but it's just solid cooking.
2020. There was lots of debate when we were trying to work out the 2021, but ultimately we settled on Claire Smith did some work experience in her restaurant, and it was an amazing experience. The potato that's usually served as an entree. So I think what Claire has done in terms of, obviously she worked for Gordon, so you've got this like linear history here between almost all of the restaurants in the UK. These chefs and the traditions, culinary traditions, have just evolved over time, and it's the most important thing that's involved in all kitchens right now still, which is training. This dish is quite interesting as well because it's quite classical. Like, we've gone through the molecular gastronomy stages, and ultimately we've ended now, or we are ending, with quite a humble dish, just really, really well executed. You can basically make a basic beurre blanc. So Claire Smith comes from Ireland, and they're bloody good at growing potatoes in Ireland. These Charlotte potatoes have been cooking in a mixture of shea kombu, confit, so really, really slowly. The thing about these potatoes is they're very waxy, they hold their shape really nicely. The only other real ingredients is trout roe, herring roe, and a good amount of caviar. The other thing that's really good about Claire Smith is she's obviously using vegetables as the main source of protein. So whereas we go from the beginning where we've got a poulet de Bresse or an expensive pigeon, or, you know, taking something that is very humble in its nature, which is a potato, and treating it with a great deal of respect, I feel is quite a modern thing. Tiny little crisps that she does as well. So you've got a few different textures and sort of iterations of potato. In terms of other chef, for me, the most influential chef as well at the moment in the UK is probably Gareth Warder in Shahal. He's doing some amazing things, but very like Japanese influence. Absolutely love Adam Byatt, but he's been around for ages. Jeremy Chan, who's doing stuff with West African food at the moment. He's got 2 Michelin stars. There's also so many in the world right now that are doing amazing things. So they've been blanched just until they're really nice and crispy. Obviously, you've seen this sauce a few times. I think the one thing that you can appreciate is that mother sauces are still very much in use today. If you want a little refresher on mother sauces tekkers, please click the link in the corner. I'm just going to add some lemon juice just to finish that at the end. Salt and vinegar seasoning on the crisp. Into the sauce, add some dulse. Adding a tiny bit of kombu into this as well. Chives. Can add dulse beurre blanc, herring roe, trout roe, and I remember doing this and not actually believing how much they actually put on. Secure the crisps into the potato, and then this supports the rest of the garnish. So we've got some little chive tips that go on. Sorrel just adds a little bit of acidity there also. She uses dill. I've got a little bit of fennel here instead. I've whipped you up the best potato dish in the world. What's that?
Joe Robuchon mash.
Oh, the big dog. How did we forget? Joe Robuchon is obviously not with us anymore, but unbelievably still has 31 Michelin stars to his name, making him the most successful chef, Michelin chef of all time, even if he has sadly passed away. Send us your favourite chefs, dead or alive, and we will make their signature dishes.
This one is a mad looking thing. I do like it.
It's delicious.
Really not what I was expecting.
Lobster Thermidor was my favourite classic, and then moving on to the modern ones, I think my favourite is probably the potato.
One of the chickens for me.
I've learned so many different techniques. What I'm reflecting on is that we've missed so many people.
Yeah.
Like Pierre Kaufman, legend to me. But like, even to be honest, we've done one Spanish restaurant. We've done no Italian restaurants. It's important to say it's our most important Michelin dishes from our perspective as English chefs. We've not touched America. We've not touched Thomas Keller. We've not touched Grant Arcatz. We've missed out a few big people, but I hope you've enjoyed it. Leave a comment if you want to see us cook up some more old school dishes.
I reckon next time we go to America.
The Big Apple.
Are you vibing, man?
Welcome to a debate edition of the Whatever podcast. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California. I'm your host and moderator, Brian Atlas. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. That's streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. We do prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs. To read a message is $99 and up, and we will pull those up in batches at various breaks throughout the debate. We're also live on Twitch right now. You can pull up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever, drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Without further ado, I'm going to introduce our two debaters. I'm joined today by Jay Dyer. He's an author, comedian. He's the writer for the Sam Hyde Show and host of the Alex Jones Show TV. He has a bachelor's degree in philosophy. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Just making sure. Just making sure Google is correct on that. He's a political and social commentator. Also joining us today is Kyla, or as she goes online, not so erudite. She has an undergraduate in psychology and a graduate diploma in psychometrics. She's a content creator, streamer, and is a political and social commentator. The topic of today's, I'm still sick, guys. I'm getting over my illness, so my brain's operating at 10%. The topic of today's debate is feminism. You will each have a 5-minute opening statement, up to a 5-minute opening statement. The rest of the show is going to be open conversation with a few breaks for audience messages. At the end, you will each have up to a 5-minute closing statement. And Jay, we're going to have you give your opening statement first. Go ahead. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it. Yeah, so I take the position that feminism is absolutely destructive to society. The only healthy society that we can have is a patriarchal society. If you look at the history of the world, the history of civilizations, we notice that the natural formation, the natural structure that all societies, almost across the board, maybe a few tribal societies have had a matriarchy, but most societies fall into some form of natural hierarchy. Hierarchy is found in nature. We see it in the animal kingdom. We see it in the manimal kingdom that we inhabit. And when we look through history, we find certain civilizations have flourished, particularly with a worldview or a philosophy that gives it its social cohesion. The longest running civilization in history, the most successful, the most prosperous, was Byzantium. Byzantium was an Orthodox Christian imperium dating back to the time of Constantine all the way up into the 1400s, when it fell to Islam due to liberalization, due to forms of modernization, certain economic open borders policy, shall we say, that led to the decline of Byzantium. So even in the most successful civilization in history, in Byzantium, we begin to notice that the liberalization of that society is what led to its decline and its eventual collapse, and even falling to Islam. If we fast forward to modernity, we look at women's rights, or the idea of the first wave of feminism. Feminism finds its origins in French Revolutionary philosophy, which led to the first wave, I should say. French Revolutionary philosophy with Mary Wollstonecraft and others posited the idea of absolute equality in society based around the principles of liberty, equality, and fraternity, all of which were revolutionary at the time and sought to overthrow not just the church and not just the state or the monarchy or a patriarchal society, but all society, all areas of life had to be revolutionized. Since that time, we've had second wave feminism, we've had third wave feminism. Third wave feminism, interestingly, which not many people know, was actually funded by very wealthy, powerful oligarchical elites. In fact, in the Rockefellers' authorized biography, there's an entire chapter on Abby Rockefeller's funding of third wave feminism and Cell 16, which was the most radical form of this. This is really what prepared the way for the absolute insane degeneracy that we see in today's society. Western civilization, in other words, could not have gotten to the point that we're at had we not had first, second, and third wave feminism preparing the way for the absolute and total revolution against all natural order, all biological order, and the notion of patriarchy itself. In fact, many of the famous feminists over the last several decades have openly said that in order to destroy Western civilization, they would have to destroy the masculine archetype, the patriarch. That is, God the Father had to be destroyed to make way for the rise of the goddess, etc. All the various things that we see attending to or accompanying the revolution that is feminism. If you look on my wall on X right now, you'll notice at the very top is an interview the famous director Aaron Russo did with a friend of mine, Alex Jones, and in that interview they discussed Aaron Russo's interview with Nick Rockefeller. And Nick Rockefeller said that the greatest tool to revolutionize and control society was feminism. Modern feminism changed the landscape of getting women out of the house, into the workforce, quote, so that they could be taxed and that there would be less children, less families. So we have from one of the key elites, from the Rockefeller family admitting that the purpose of this was to change society, reduce population, tie it into neoliberal economics, taxation on a mass scale for the population, and thus it has been an absolute disaster. And it has nothing to do with equality. It has to do with control. It has to do with social control. It's dystopian. It has to do with social dystopian control, putting us into a utilitarian, technocratic society. And I would say that this is all an attempt, admittedly, if you go back to people like early feminists like Wollstonecraft or others throughout history, Alexander Kollontai of the Bolshevik Revolution, they all speak about this as intimately tied into not just sexual revolution, but the overthrow of masculinity, ultimately the overthrow of the idea of God the Father, the ultimate patriarch. And that's where we are today, is in a society that has adopted revolutionary philosophy that is ultimately anti-male, anti-biology, anti-reality, because they all go together. In other words, feminism cannot be divorced from the revolution against biology, the revolution against masculinity, the revolution against every area of life that is healthy, wholesome, and
oh my god, this shit is just flying by so fast.
All right, thank you for that, Jay. Kyla, would you like to give your opening statement now?
Sure. Mine isn't going to be nearly as long, but that was really interesting, and I basically would grant you lots of that stuff. I would essentially argue that feminism is not only a necessity, it's unavoidable. I think that's where society tends to go. I think women joining the workforce, while there's lots of cons with it, one of the biggest pros is the massive boost to GDP and just the competitiveness of every nation that includes women. And overall, I think feminism is broadly good for society, but I am sure that I would be happy to talk with you about a number of areas. I think we need to be precise in what we talk about. So I guess to open, I'd maybe start with a question. With your philosophy background, I'm sure you're familiar with Heidegger's concept of chatter.
No.
Okay, so Heidegger is an interesting philosopher from the 40s, but he has this idea of chatter that I think is really interesting for discussion, which is essentially how a lot of times when people have like philosophical and idea wrestling conversations, they use the same word, but they have different meanings for those words. And so then the whole conversation is just essentially garbage. That's what he calls like idle chatter. And so I'm curious if what you'd be willing to do for this conversation is if we could make sure that we agree on what we mean by certain words so that we can actually talk about the ideas underneath them and hopefully come to a better understanding of everything.
What are the words you would like specified or
probably for
clarified on?
this conversation, we should talk about patriarchy and feminism. Those seem like the most obvious things to define.
Not the patriarchy. Holy shit, finally got it. Oh man, my mind is melting. What the fuck? Where the fuck is it? Alright, alright. Just need one more thing. Let's go see what the Fasto does with Incarnate, see if that'll be our secondary. Let's see.
By whoever trained you has nothing to
Hope I got everything I need to evolve this piece of shit. Of course not. Of course it'd be too short. Just two. Damn, Lone Gun's kind of baller. Seems kind of decent.
I got dibs on your stuff. If you're not ready to fight, just keep walking.
I mean, I kind of was liking the Vesper.
Only place to find decent weapons on this void-forsaken ship.
Alright, let's see what's up. I hope this is worth the investment.
There is a lot of real estate to buy in Cyrodiil, from the gross wetlands of Breville to the unmissable landmark that is Frostcrag Spire. Player homes will likely be your biggest expense in Oblivion. So, in this video, let's take a look at all of them, weigh up their net costs of buying and decorating against the general perks of each, to figure out which is best. Granted, that's going to come slightly down to personal preference and the type of character you're playing, but even still, some are
Guess I can
definitely
drop the
better than
green
others. So, without
shard
further
now.
ado, let's go spend our
I'm
hard-earned
not running
seconds on every
corrosive
house
anymore.
we can own in Oblivion. Down on the whole, definitely the most terrible value for money house in the entire game is the overpriced singular room that we can purchase in the center of Leyawind. For 7,000 septims up front, that crosses the territory of a mid-priced property, and if you hadn't viewed it from the outside before buying the thing, I wouldn't blame you for thinking a place in Leyawiin would be a little nicer. With its mostly large Tudor-esque shops and homes, Leyawiin estates are generally okay.
Is that just because there's so many
enemies?
enemies?
With the exception of this tiny housing estate of hovels located in the center of town. The place where we just happened to have bought our new home, which was described by the Counts as modest. Realistically, it's a damn rip-off. From the outside, it doesn't look like much already, but is actually deceptively large when compared to the interior. The entire left section of the outside building is actually missing when we go inside, and
already
no,
seems very
there are
strong.
no secret rooms. Just the one to serve as our bedroom, storage, and dining area. Still, it is at least within walking distance of local shops, and with a visit round the corner to Best Goods and Guarantees, spending out another 7 to 10,000 gold depending
Finisher,
on your
where
trading
are you?
skills, our singular room can become a furnished singular room, now complete with paintings, tapestries, tables and chairs, and a couple of privacy screens.
Yeah, what is that finisher damage, bro?
It's one of the few homes not to have a warming fireplace. I guess in the south it's probably warmer, and this place isn't too far from elsewhere, but even still, another markdown on homeliness, I would say. As for the location, the most important thing when buying property, Leyawiin isn't even that nice of a town. Less of a swamp than Breville, but pretty swampy nonetheless. And the stone walls of this place still look fairly gross. If you're a travelling Argonian from Marsh as well, then you'll want to be extra careful, as Countess Alicia actually enjoys the ritualistic murder of the lizard folk, and she has a whole secret torture chamber hidden away in the castle. Plus there's the Blackwood Company, which those who've completed the Fighter's Gold questline will know all about, and maybe if the house was cheaper, it wouldn't rank quite this low, but when we factor in the value for money especially, it is definitively the worst house in the game. Up next is a place not really any better, but our home in Breville will be a little less dear when it comes to scepters, costing a mere 4,000. But even then, do you actually want the responsibility of owning a house in this decaying, stinking town? Hell, the Count himself doesn't even try to defend this place in his sales pitch.
It's not much to look at, but the smell will soon make you forget how ugly it is.
Well, sounds like
Damn.
a steal to me. Let's buy it. And first of all, it's actually more of a maisonette than a house, this one. We do have an upstairs neighbor, which kind of marks it down further. Though that neighbor is also our Breville Thieves Guild fence, Luciana Galena, making for a very convenient
Fully
way
buffed.
to
Let's see
sell
what we
stolen
do.
goods. Plus, there's the proximity to the Night Mother for those in the Dark Brotherhood, so there are definitely some perks to living in Breville, just not that many. And some perks will match with a single layer together, though this one at least is a little more broken up than Leyawiin's, with even an opening also a fireplace to enjoy meals next to, as well as wine and weapon racks available in the furnishings to give this place that bit more character. The fair deal is where we'll head for furnishings this time, and in total they'll set you back about another 5,000 scepters.
It just automatically dies? What is going on? Oh, it's level 2, duh.
As opposed to Leyawiin's 15 to 16. No messy
That
looking
shit had me
privacy
tweaking. I was
screens
like,
in
what
this
the
one
fuck?
either, with the bedroom existing more in its own little alcove. Though that part of the house does remain incredibly bare, with just a singular painting as decoration. Overall, I do actually slightly prefer the interior look of this one, though the disgusting green algae growing all over the walls is certainly unpleasant to look at, to say the least. Fair enough though, the Counts did actually warn us in this case about the smell, and as for the location, Breville would definitely be a vile town to live in, but there is still something of a beauty to these wooden houses sitting alongside the canals, with all the moss and greenery feeling like nature itself is trying to claw back control of this water place. No doubt an interesting city to visit, and the same advantage Chernobyl is, but like Chernobyl, visiting and living there are completely different things. Though by far the cheapest and smallest little hovel of the entire game, our house, or rather our shack, located on the Imperial City waterfront, is still a piece of real estate within the jurisdiction of the Imperial City. Therefore, at 2,000 septims bought from the Office of Imperial Commerce and Market District, the Imperial City House is an absolute steal, and very easy to get your hands on as a starter home. Since you'll no doubt become over-encumbered after an adventure or two, making a beeline for this at the start of the game will provide a cheap and safe space to store any and all extra items. Upgrades too will set you back by comparatively little, less after all, and this will probably cost another 3,000 seconds to furnish, maybe a little lower, bringing the total price of the place to about 5k. And fine, it really does feel cramped, this one, with a bed, fireplace, table and chairs, and very little else. But still, compared to the finishes of Leowyn and Breville, the stone base and wooden walls feel notably cleaner than those two houses, and cozy is definitely a word I'd use to describe this one. It even comes with a broom to keep the place clean, and that's going to be a very quick job in here, if that wasn't the game. In fact, one big thing that I am missing from Skyrim is the inclusion of fixed weapons and mannequins. It is nigh on impossible to decorate these places in the way that I want to, and object collision makes the whole task feel like stacking a giant block of dominoes. Though it's just another thing to know and fix by modding. Pointless aside, this huddled proximity to the rest of the Imperial City still makes it an incredible buy. I mean, it would literally be like buying a studio apartment in the centre of London for about 20k. A terrible run-down one, yes, but still a piece of real estate owned by you in the capital city. And from a lore perspective, you now have permanent accommodation and therefore free daily access to all the opportunities that this city has to offer. Plentiful loot for thieves, a 5-minute walk to the arena, a guy that pays 250 gold for every vampire we slay, merchants, the Mages Guild, and more. Okay, so from this point onwards, every house is decent for one reason or another, whether by their design, perks they grant, or just general location. So, down far to the southwest, the port city of Anvil has the most Mediterranean vibes of anywhere in Cyrodiil, and no doubt the Abyssian Sea makes for a warmer climate than anywhere else in the province. And if sun and sea are your thing, then no doubt you'll be tempted to purchase this manor. Not sold through the count this time, but rather directly from the former owner Velwyn Beneris for the immediate price, by comparison, of 5,000 septims. And this isn't some dang covel, nor is it located in a bad town by any means. In fact, it's one of the most prestigious properties and located at the far end of town from the rest. So at this point, you're probably thinking what an absolute steal, or maybe more seasoned buyers might be asking, what the hell's wrong with it? Well, the only way to find out is to cough up the gold to Velwyn, who quickly vanishes the moment the sale is made. When we arrive at our new place, it's a little dilapidated, sure, but in no worse condition really than the others we've bought. And the potential scope is huge. So perhaps tomorrow we'll go out and look for some furnishings. For now, it's time for the first night in our new house. Unfortunately, that night is gonna prove to be very restless, because, surprise, surprise, Beneris Manor is haunted. Turns out that Velwyn's grandfather, Lorgren Beneris, was an evil necromancer who aspired to lichdom. And before we can truly call this place home, we're gonna have to lift his curse. Conveniently, the source of all Lorgren's evil deeds come from below the house itself, down into the sprawling cellar, where, through a magically sealed doorway, sits the tomb of Lorgren himself. Accessing the room by tracking down Velwyn and getting his help once again, we can then defeat Lorgren and the house will return to normal, even becoming fully refurbished entirely by itself. Maybe Velwyn felt bad about duping us and paid for the new furniture. Regardless, we now have one of the largest original roads in Cyrodiil, fully secured at the second cheapest or perhaps even cheapest overall price. Aside from the hauntings and Lichlord in the cellar, that's still an absolute steal. But therein still kind of lies the issue. This is effectively the same real-life dilemma as buying the house of a serial killer. Cheap, sure, but I think knowing what went on there in the past is enough to get under anyone's skin when they're living and sleeping. And there's no getting away from the fact that there's still an undead shrine deep down in the cellar. But that aside, there's a cozy entrance hall, a warm seating area by the fireplace, which then leads into a spacious dining area and a bit of a downstairs landing. Then upstairs is an open bedroom, which leads around to a little study and an open mezzanine. From here, we can take the door to the upstairs balcony area with beautiful views of the rest of Anvil and notably the Chapel of Bella, which, come to think of it, was also the target of a recent massacre. Yeah, no, cheap, large, well situated as it is, Beneris Manor is unfortunately out and out cursed. So heading just outside Anvil's city walls and into a small cave behind the castle, we'll find an old den formerly used by smugglers. Anvil is, after all, a shipping town and is therefore going to have smuggling operations going on behind the scenes. But beyond that, through a further tunnel still, is a place far more interesting. Dunbarrow Cove is the final resting place of the infamous Black Flag pirate ship, whose history is recounted in full in the corpse of Captain Beagle, a man who in life found great fortune pirating and plundering before his ship was eventually trapped under this cavern during a battle against a former Count Umbreon. The captain and his crew became trapped underground forever, each eventually succumbing to a sickness that would develop in this cavern. Presumably, years later, others from outside did tunnel through to find the old shipwreck, and
That was
there's
very
actually a
good.
secret doorway down here, leading back up to the Umbreon's private chambers in Castle Anvil. If you ask me, it was probably excavated by the last Count Umbreon, and if you know why, then you know why. Now, Dunbarrow Cove, whilst a very cool hub, especially for members of the Thieves Guild, it feels like less of a player home, I would say, and more like an investment. A reminder that our life and crime in Tamriel does indeed pay. To refurbish this place, we'll need to speak to Daily Arachne, the Clarabella ship over the corner, and renovating Dunbarrow Cove is notably different from all the other things we play, where upgrades for this place are selected simply from dialogue options the same as Skyrim home renovations, rather than the nice little pieces of paper telling you exactly what you've bought. That's possibly because the majority of upgrades to Dunbarrow Cove are not the purchases of things, but rather the hiring of people. Everyone that a thief could possibly need can be hired into Dunbarrow Cove, and for fairly modest sums as well. Just 5,500 septims in total, for which we'll get a security expert to sell lockpicks and such, a Fletcher for arrows, Spymaster to help with sneak, a supplier to train speechcraft, and most importantly, a fence to sell off stolen goods to. There's also a small upgrade to our very quaint captain's quarters, possibly a second ship that got buried along with the Black Flag, which itself is found in the center of the cavern. Like most ships in the game, this thing has 3 floors and requires an annoying number of loadings to get to. Fortunately though, most of our hired crew are in the main open cavern itself. But the reason that I call Dunbarrow Cove more of an investment than home is thanks to the ability to send 3 of our crew members out on weekly raids, from which they'll bring back a leveled amount of plunder, totaling up to 2,000 gold. Again, more of a hub than a home, and as generally nice as Anvil is, that kind of shorts us a truly homely home, with the choice merely of haunted Lich Lair or the greatest, most lucrative hive of scum and villainy in all of Cyrodiil. Next, at an upfront cost of 10,000 septims, you can obtain the beautiful and deceptively large log house in Bruma. Not the grandest abode in town, but by no means one of the worst either. Described by the Countess as quaint, but also a special home. One which of course has a Nordic familiarity to Skyrim's player homes. The Bruma house is split into 2 main segments, but also has an entire additional floor situated below ground, making it bigger than it appears from the outside. After heading over to the Nova Room just uphill and spending about another 13 to 14k on furnishings, bringing this place to 24,000 in total, the finished log walls and wooden floors will make for another clean looking and cozy abode, like a smaller Heron perhaps. Upstairs we have an entrance hall complete with some convenient chests to drop off excess baggage from our travels. Then around the corner is a cozy dining room complete with another warm looking fireplace, something our hero will no doubt appreciate more in Bruma than any other town. With the other half of the house then underground, that'll maintain a bit more heat than the top floor, hence the placement of our bedroom and study area, no doubt the warmest room in the house, far to the middle of the downstairs. I don't quite know what's happening with this area at the base of the stairs, that feels kind of like a wasted space, but even still, the overall aesthetic of this house feels like a warm and cozy refuge to shelter from the cold climate of the Geralds. As a town itself, Bruma feels like an Empire Skyrim hybrid, with the same staples as any Cyrodiilic town, including a castle and chapel, but with a predominantly Nordic population. Similar feeling perhaps to Windhelm. In fact, Bruma probably feels more Nordic than most of the towns in Skyrim itself. It's like the people here lean more into the Nordic stereotype to show pride for their homelands. But overall, if you love the mountains, don't mind the cold, and miss Skyrim a little bit, then settling down in Bruma is no doubt worth it once you have the funds. The second most expensive house in the game can be found in Coral, a town which itself is definitely up there as one of the more pleasant to visit in Cyrodiil, and choosing to live here isn't half bad either. For 20,000 septims, the named property of Arborwatch can be found within the more prestigious circle of houses just down from the North Gate, conveniently neighbouring you with the mages and fighters guilds, as well as a poor bloke named Francois Thierry, who was tragically assassinated recently. For real, I've heard others say the same. In fact, if you're looking for some decorative clutter, then I'm sure you won't mind a pinch of salt. As far as the interior of Arborwatch itself goes, we've really come a long way from the hovels at the start of the video, which are drab and wretched by comparison. Starting off
pretty
in
good.
the most entrance area, to the right can be found a study and a dining space, where you can no doubt invite round all the other prestigious residents of Coral. The Oaken Crozier is literally just around the corner, and I'm told it's where all the established residents go to drink and socialise. So perhaps please a Cazadel here at Kvatch could become a weekly Lordas occurrence. Upstairs, though annoyingly separated by technical loading screens, are the right screen of two guest bedrooms. One a servant's quarters going by the upgrade pamphlets, yet one destined never to house an actual servant. Coral, unlike Skingrad that we'll get to, doesn't actually have anyone we can recruit to look after this house whilst we're away. Maybe it was planned at some point in development, but alas, this will remain one big old lonely stately home. Up the left stairs though, we have the far more impressive master bedroom suite, one of the finest rooms in which you'll raise one's head that we can obtain, which sort of also doubles as a lounge area, perhaps for more casual visits. It's also significantly brighter this house than many of the others, and is all round a pleasant place for our hero to come home to. Only thing missing really is a fireplace, and this actually makes less sense given Coral's geography, and especially the fact that most other houses in this town do have a chimney. So a small markdown on coziness there, but maybe it's a ploy to get our evidently wealthy hero, it's about 45,000 to buy and fully upgrade this place, to spend their evenings and money somewhere like the Oaken Crozier. And as far as Coral itself goes, whilst a pleasant enough little town, it doesn't really have any unique quirks or particularly interesting design flair going for it. The upper class citizens also have something of a snobbery issue, and the surrounding landscape is nice to look at, though there are nicer towns out there. If Dunbarrow Cove is a lair for thieves, then Deepscorn Hollow is the lair of assassins, or vampires, or both. A sprawling labyrinth of underground passages, this place can be found at the very southernmost point of Cyrodiil itself. Only to get inside can prove more of a pain than most. Below this island of ruins, in the water sits a hollowed out tree trunk, through which is the watery tunnel to Deepscorn Hollow. Immediately, we'll find the Journal of Greywyn, which will tell us everything we need to know about this dark lair. Formerly of the Dark Brotherhood, Greywyn sought to depose the entire order and replace it with his own vampire brethren, rebranding into a group called the Crimson Scars, believing this to be the ultimate demonstration of his loyalty to Sithis. But alas, he was betrayed. The Brotherhood slew the Scars whilst they slept, and Greywyn fled here, to Deepscorn Hollow, where once he dwelt in his days as a novice. And with the help of Rowley Eardwolf, the guy will eventually visit for the same reason, Greywyn upgraded the Hollow significantly to become the ultimate hideaway befitting a vampire. Something will do once again, at the total cost of about 22,000 septims. The last addition that Greywyn made, though, was eventually a means by which to purge vampirism entirely. Eventually, Sithis visited Greywyn in a dream to explain that his entire plan had been terribly misguided. Whilst he was to take blood and spill blood, he should never have tasted it. And, as such, ever loyal to his Lord of the Void, Greywyn sought a way to rid himself life of vampirism forever, eventually discovering a method involving purge blood salts and this font of renewal, the same means by which that we can purge ourselves of vampirism if need be. And it is a great deal more straightforward than the Vampire Cure quest. Now, like I said, Deepscorn Hollow is a sprawling labyrinth consisting of 4 different segments. The entryway houses a replenishing garden growing all kinds of deadly ingredients for poisons, and we can also find an old poison stash of Grey Winds in this storage room to the left. To the right is then the quarters of our dark minion, whom we can routinely send out to murder in the name of Siftis, and he'll then return with said victim's items and a hot feature of gold. Again, Deepscorn Hollow can be a good investment, albeit a much more evil one. And if you do send the dark minion on its task, then you will lose the rights to wear the Crusader Knight's armor without first taking a whole nother pilgrimage to the Divines. So this lair is definitely tailored to someone with higher infamy than fame. In the next segment, Deepscorn Cloister is mostly vampire related. We have the Font of Renewal pool down here, but also a prison cell where those still of vampire blood can sate their needs with a constant victim to feed on, kept locked away down here. Cattle. There's also a secondary secret exit here, leading to a trapdoor a little north of the original island, which may be easier to return by hereafter. Deepscorn Bastion is then more of a living area with a central dining room, a stubble to the left, and to the right, bedroom, or perhaps I should say coffin. There's also usefully a respawning Nerdroot sprig for Sindarian's incredibly tedious quest in here, and when the lair is fully upgraded,
I feel like I don't usually die that fast.
The raiment of the Crimson Scar, buffing all of the skills which an assassin may need to a considerable degree. You can very much see the inspiration for Castle Volkahar down here in fact. Heading ever deeper into the final room though, the shrine to Sithis looks even more terrifying still, with petrified corpses clawing their way along the walls towards this visage, Dreadfather. And if you do have higher infamy than fame, then you can receive the Blessing of Sithis. The effects vary based on your level of infamy, but can go so high as to grant a 50% comedian effect for a whole 20 minutes. There's also the Crimson Eviscerator dagger down here in a box, as well as a secret cache of loot also hidden by Greywin. For those choosing to walk the path of evil more so than heroism, you won't find a thematically more fitting abode than this. That said, much like with Dunbarrow Cove, it does often feel like more of a hub at times than a place to actually call home. Indeed, if you're still after something with major gothic vibes, but that's still, an actual house, then you'll want to head over to the town of Cheydinal. Honestly, I think Cheydinal is probably my favourite city in Cyrodiil, possibly the whole of Tamriel, from what we've seen anyway, with its purple woodwork, magical-looking waterways, and gothic spires, making for a bright, vibrant, and fantastical place to live. And you can sort of see why the Dark Brotherhood chose to live under this settlement. It just sort of fits the vibe. And aside from the odd corrupt guardsmen, whom we can actually sort out anyway, I think life here seems pretty pleasant. And with a house on sale for just 15,000 initial septims, it's by no means extortionately priced, especially given the beauty of the location. Though, to get it fully furnished, you'll need to visit Borger's Goods and Stores and pay down about another 21,000 to get this place up to its full potential. Somewhat more than the Bruma House, but less than Coral. And whilst Cheydinal isn't quite as big as some of the other houses, I do love the fact that this entire property still exists in one cell. No loading through doors to access different rooms. It's a lot more identical to many of the other houses in its town, but that's by no means a bad thing. They all have a very similar gothic look, and there's no slums or worse looking region to speak of by any means, unlike Leowyn, say. Inside, we're once again greeted with a very clean and cozy abode, with a couple chairs in front of a warm fire tucked under a nice mantelpiece, with a small table to the left. At the bottom of the stairs is the small study space, with storage barrels and chests occupying the alcove at the top. Further back on the landing, we have a pantry of sorts, complete with cupboards to store both food and wine. Then, on the other side upstairs is a modest seating area inside our tucked away bedroom. Realistically, it's neither grand nor that incredible in terms of scale, but I think Cheydinal really wins wins when it comes to design. Arranged efficiently, with no space feeling wasted, and every placement feeling deliberate. Well, I say no wasted space. Let's maybe ignore the fact that the right side of downstairs is completely missing for reasons I don't quite understand. I mean, we could have had more of a kitchen there or something, but hey, there we go. And I think this would make for a lovely holiday home to stay in during a visit to Cheydinal, and realistically, based on the way we adventure, that is kind of what this is going to be. A place to unwind and store our stuff when up in northeastern Cyrodiil. As far as absolute main residences go though, Frostcrag Spire is undoubtedly a strong contender for that #1 spot. A position it would probably hold bar for a couple of things, which I'll get into. No matter where you are in Cyrodiil, or definitely northern Cyrodiil, a quick glance to the north will no doubt give you a stunning view of Frostcrag Spire. One of the most monolithic structures, and actually venturing up there will in turn be awarded with stunning views across the whole rest of Cyrodiil, as well as Skyrim's Threat of the World, which is very much visible if we simply peer to the north of here. On entering Frostcrag Spire, like with all the homes that were initially add-ons, we're given some lore as to what exactly this place was. In this case, the book found in the hands of a Frost Atronach recounts the memoirs of a wizard who simply wasn't satisfied at the Arcane University. He beheld visions of this towering spire in the Gerals and dedicated his life towards building it. A place special, not just for its majestic appearance, but also for the
Damn,
magical
son, where'd you
contraptions
find
contained
that?
within its walls. But in order to get many of these working again, we'll first have to visit Aura Linway down in the Mystic Emporium of the Imperial City, and it'll cost about 12,000 septims to fully restore. Once done though, Frostcrag Spire boasts a lot of useful tools for anyone proficient in spellcasting, and even those who aren't, to be fair. The Atronach Altar can summon a permanent flame, frost, or storm Atronach at the cost of just 3 of the correct salt. And when I say permanent, I mean it'll follow us until it dies,
Oh my God,
and it can
keyboard.
be
What are
deployed
you
in
doing?
addition to any standard conjuration summons, usefully. With Mage Tallow Candles, we can also restore our own enchanting and spell-making altars, though these are things we can also access at the Arcane University. But this does mean we can get them sooner in-game, as well as usefully have them side by side. So this main foyer, whilst very useful, no doubt about that, does have an issue, I think, when it comes to homeliness, and the same in fact can be said for the whole of Frostcrag Spire. It's just so dark. It's this huge space, yet seriously lacking in much natural lighting. And for a home generally befitting a good-oriented character, it often feels more like a wizard tower that a wannabe lich might inhabit. Now, this might be down to the Unreal Engine port, the introduction of ray tracing and such, but still, it makes Frostcrag feel significantly less homely than a wizard tower ought to. And again, like the previous 2 add-on homes, it makes the place more of a magical hub. The additional floors can be accessed by portals, with firstly a large vault found below. Now, personally, I do actually use this as my main storage area for the game, mostly on account of the sheer number of containers found down here. Oblivion doesn't really do much in the ways of segmenting player inventory, and keeping a tidy one is crucial for accessing items quickly beyond the favorites menu. I like to store clothes, armor, weapons, jewelry, books, and so on in separate chests to make rifling through them later a lot less of a chore. And this room, I think, is the most practical place to do that, though again, it's so dark, and the icy cave-type vibes don't really make it an enjoyable place to spend a lot of time in. The little Vault Guardian imps are a cool touch though. Now, upstairs we have a bedroom come alchemy lab, and again, this is a go-to location for me anytime I want to brew potions or just level alchemy. Standing at this table will automatically bolster alchemical skill by 15 points, making it the best place to brew in the game. In fact, given the weight of alembics, calcinators and such, I just store mine in this cupboard to the right, and then wait to do alchemy on the slab, whilst the chest next to the bed is perfect for depositing ingredients. Even more useful is the huge replenishment replenishing garden in the same room. And if you want to scale alchemy fast, then just pick everything in here and make as many potions as you can on each visit. On the outside balcony are also portals to every mage's guild in Cyrodiil, which can provide a more canonical, lore-friendly way to fast travel. And finally, a second portal in the bedroom alchemy lab will take us to the roof, where again we can behold some of the most stunning views in the entire game. It's also a nice way to return to the light after the dinginess that is the tower interior. Honestly, if Frostcrag was just a bit brighter, then it might actually rank number 1, but as it stands, there are definitely more homely places to reside in than this. The best of all the original player homes, in my opinion, is also, would you believe it, the most expensive. Rosethorn Hall, located in Skingrad, can be bought from the Count's butler, Shumgro Yarag, for 25,000 septims. It's also one of the few homes that also housed a tenant before our purchase. Vandalaran Trebatius was originally renting the place, but since he'd fallen behind on payments, the house got remarketed and of course sold to us. The guy was sadly kicked out, along with all of his things, meaning we, once again, will have to spend out more than the sum total of the house itself in order to also fully furnish it. It'll be about another 33k in order to do that, though we can get a very small amount to go towards this in the house itself, however. By coming up to the top bedroom, which we'll look more at in a moment, you can jump above the doorway to find a room to the remote. Speaking of cache of gems hidden in Rosethorn Hall somewhere. I don't want to spoil it quite for this video, but it's fairly straightforward to find, and it is a fun little riddle to solve. But effectively, upon finding it, we get a few gems, ring, maybe even enough to cover 150 gold, giving this the services. A woman who spent most of her life living in the
does seem way better.
well by the rest of her upgrades, but after feeling like she's valueless for nothing more than a shop, she offers to look after our stairs, and will provide our hero with food and drinks on request. Back to our furnished Rosethorn Hall though, and this is once again a cozy but grander level home found down the narrow streets of Skingrad. We're greeted by a warm fire on entry and another larger scale dining room to the left, similar to the one found in Arborwatch. To the right of the fireplace is a basement, not haunted by a lich this time, which is great for storage, as well as a sleeping area for Aya. There's also plenty of display cases littered about the hallways to display the weapons found on our travels, if you can be patient enough to meticulously place them. Again, unlike Skyrim, we can't snap items into perfect placement on these things. There's a small study area at the bottom of the stairs, up which is an open first floor, mostly consisting of more displays, as well as a couple quieter seating areas. We can also access the balcony from this floor, which provides something of a view out onto the streets, but also feels a little bit cramped. So, back inside and up the stairs once again, we come to the very top floor. And this is hands down the best bedroom of any house in the game, with a huge open central space, a private fire to sit around in the evenings, as well as a huge desk, table and more display areas. This room alone is leagues better than many of the houses found at the start of this video. So nice in fact that the additional loading screen to get to it don't even bother me that much. In fact, if there were more storage containers, I'd definitely use it as my main storage area. But division that I do like inside the room. Still, maybe I'll probably decorate it at some point with all the best items from our travels. We'll see. Overall, Rosethorn Hall is a bright, spacious, and above all cozy home, very much befitting a later game powerful character. The pinnacle of original non-add-on real estate that a hero of Kvatch can hope to attain in Cyrodiil, and Skingrad isn't a bad place to live either. What with its vineyards outside the walls and generally fancier, grander looking houses than most towns. I'd still probably prefer the overall look of Cheydinal, but there's no denying that Skingrad's house is like a bigger, better version of Cheydinal's one, going by the layouts. However, if we're talking about grand estates for the player character to own, then there's one more that's very tough to beat on that front. Now, most of these homes we've bought in towns, each ruled by a count who lives in their own castle. But surely, with all of our great deeds and instrumental role in helping to save the world, the hero of Kvatch deserves their own castle too, right? Well, just to the west of Coral, a castle named Battlehorn is currently under siege by marauders. All we've got to do is jump in to defend it, and by the decree of the former, recently deceased lord, that makes us the de facto new master. Originally built by the Knights of the True Horn, who were exiled from the neighbouring Hammerfell,
better buff the
in
fuck out of
recent years,
Daiku.
the castle had faced struggle, forcing a sell-off of many of the furnishings in order to just keep the place afloat. However, for us, the new owner who saved it from utter ruin, and someone for whom the whole of Cyrodiil is one big money-making opportunity, restoring Battlehorn to its former glory is none too difficult. Just visit Nilfas Amelian in the Imperial City Merchant District Inn, and at the cost of around another 20,000 gold, which is incredible value when you consider what you're getting, Battlehorn Castle will get a huge number of furnishings, as well as all of its staff returns. That includes a garrison of knights, a cook, a maid, a fighting trainer, whom we can literally spend all day fighting, a vintner, who can make wine with the right ingredients, and finally a taxidermist, who, when given the loot from certain creatures, can fashion them into trophies to decorate our central hall. We're not a count, after all, we're an adventurer, and where most would choose a throne in this room, we instead get to display those we've defeated. Outside, we can also obtain a Dwemer Forge, which, much like the alchemy table in Frostcrag, this thing buffs our armourer skill by 15 when standing next to it, so we can obtain early access to higher level armourer perks, to repair magical items, or just better fortify everything in general. Now again, this place isn't as homely necessarily as the actual player homes, but it is more so, I would say, than the other add-ons, and also significantly brighter than Frostcrag. Comprised of a huge entrance hall of trophies and display cabinets, an east wing with a dining hall and the quarters of our taxidermist, which leads into a sprawling basement. Here we can find the main kitchens, the sparring room, and a pretty big wine room, which also has a secret tunnel leading back up to the main entrance of the castle. Our private quarters are also huge, bigger even than those four rooms in the bedroom, though admittedly less cozy. We get a private dining area, a
This ain't that bad.
huge bedroom, as well as a library with a little more to it than first appears. To behind this movable pillar is another secret room, which presumably served as storage for the previous Lord Jaren. In fact, it can also lead us into a secret additional quest here, wherein we learn that deep underneath Battlehorn Castle is another Lich and her undead disciple, both of whom were imprisoned in a secret chamber by Lord Jaren many years ago.
Oh, yeah.
We can find this secret chamber far at the back of the training room in the basements to go and finish off the two once and for all. And okay, I know I marked down Beneris Manor for more or less the same thing happening beneath its floors, but given these two never actually caused any disturbance within the castle itself, and the castle is manned by so many staff, it's not this lonely, scary, haunted building, it's not nearly as disturbing a fact in Battlehorn Castle as it was in Beneris Manor. In fact, what castle isn't complete without a plethora of secret tunnels, chambers, and rooms? If anything, it gives it character. And I can't think of a more fitting, grand home for the knights of the heroic branch to put their feet up in after a busy lifetime adventure. It's fitting to the character, if anything, especially one that wears the Crusader Knight's armor. I mean, that is until a door opened up in the Niben Bay and our heroes seemingly disappeared from Nerf. But let's ignore that for now, and just imagine we spent many great years rolling over this place, slowly filling it with our adventurous spoils, to make it something of a museum by us, for us, and of us. And whilst placing things is a pain in this game, the sheer level of space here also offers one of the best homes in which to do that. Now, totaling up the full price to buy and furnish every house in the game, that comes to about 250 to 260,000 septims. So you are going to have to pick and choose throughout your playthrough which homes you want to buy first. So let me know in the comments which of the player homes in Oblivion is your favourite and why. Whether it be something to deliberately suit your playstyle, somewhere simply grand for the sake of grandness, or just an early, not too extortionate home to buy, furnish, and simply deposit your stuff. Thank you very much for watching, thank you for subscribing if you want to catch more of my Oblivion content, and as always, an extra special thank you to the patrons for going the extra mile to support the channel. I'm Sam Bram, and take care.